All right, there we go. So yes, welcome to class, week 5, day 3. So we were just talking, Nichelle, Brian and I, and Alan, Betty, we were just saying time has flown by, has it not? So before you know it, you'll be in the in-person. And I said, before you know it, hopefully you can be sitting in a dispatch seat. So looking forward to that for everybody. Our day and our night today together is going to go as follows. It's going to be a review of the material that we covered together last week when we talked about navigation. So again, this will be probably the third time you hear these concepts, which is good. Okay, and an opportunity for you to really try to hone in on topics that either you want to ask questions on or topics that you want to go back and study on after class. Okay, just take note of that. We'll discuss basic navigation questions. We'll take a minute to look at the aeronautical charts, both the IFR low and a little bit of the IFR high charts. Again, remember, those two are very similar, right? They show this pretty much the same symbology and the same purpose, but we will cover those items. We'll have a quick review on the instrument approach plate. We'll talk about, again, the procedure and the steps that we take to determine your alternate weather minimums. So once you pick an airport as your alternate, you have to then determine what your alternate minimums are for that airport to make sure that it's a legal and a good alternate to use. We call it suitable, a suitable alternate. And then we'll look at some basic dispatch steps. So up to this point in your training, right, we have thrown a lot of things at you. We've thrown regulations. We've thrown aircraft systems topics at you, and weather, and all of this crazy navigation nonsense, right? Everything's been thrown in your lap, and you're probably wondering, okay, I've gathered all these eggs. What do I do with them, right? So hopefully today I can just give you a quick little preview of how you're going to use all of these little bits and pieces that we've been teaching you over the last few weeks. And just a heads up, these steps that I'm going to give you are not 100% complete. Okay, there's going to be a lot of things that you're going to add to this list over time. There's going to be a lot of things that you'll do in between each step, but the purpose of these steps that I'm going to share with you is to help you gain a better understanding, again, of the flow or the basic process and the basic thought process that a dispatcher takes when they're dispatching a flight. So the sooner we can get that into your mind, the better off you'll be. Okay, the more prepared you'll be to dispatch in the airline environment. So after the basic dispatch steps, we'll talk a little bit about airspace. We'll break down the different classifications of airspace. And then the last thing that we'll talk about today as a group is air traffic control, traffic management initiatives. In other words, what tools do air traffic controllers have at their disposal to manage the traffic, not only at airports, but also in those freeways in the skies, right? What are they doing to manage that traffic? And what things do you need to be aware of as a dispatcher so that you can comply with these traffic management initiatives? Because if the dispatcher's doing something completely different than the air traffic controller's idea, A, they're not going to be happy with you, and B, things aren't going to go as planned, right? So we need to be on the same page, and we need to make sure that our pilots stay on the same page so that our operation can run smoothly. Okay, so that'll be our night tonight. We'll take breaks as usual. And again, please, I just want to emphasize that if at any time you guys have a question regarding a topic that we're covering, don't hesitate to raise your hand, unmute, and ask. Okay, I mean, again, if not, you're going to be listening to me all night. So I don't want that. I'm sure you guys don't either. before we get started, I know last week when we were together, I think it was Brian or somebody else was asking about when are you guys going to receive your week 5 study guide? Those should be out. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think those are out. Okay. And just by a raise of hands, how many of you guys have started looking through that and filling it out? Okay. Good. A good chunk of you. All right. Thank you. So yeah, continue filling those out. And after today, this is the last time I will be teaching you guys, but if there is something that comes up and you want further clarification on it, please let me know, and via text or an email, and I can make sure we take care of that for you. Okay. So I would love to teach you guys more. I wish my schedule allowed for it. So, but always willing to help. Always willing to help. All right. I think that covers everything. Is there anything from you guys before we get started? Okay. Brett's got a cutie with him. Awesome. Good. Start him young. Start him young. All right, you guys. Well, then let me get my PowerPoint started. And we'll kick off with the review of last week's material. All right, and it should say airspace and air traffic control. All right, thanks, Brian. All right, so again, here are the things that I've already talked about. We're going to review these items here. Basics to navigation, the aeronautical charts, approach plates. We'll briefly touch on the 10-9 charts that you talked about. I believe it was on Monday with Jen. We'll review the process for the 1 navade, 2 navade rule. That's to help us determine what our alternate weather minimums are. Basic steps to dispatch, and airspace and air traffic control concepts. Okay, again, these are just questions. And let's go ahead and raise our hand this time. A lot of people were ready and willing to answer, which I'm not used to that. So I guess we had some people stepping on each other. So we'll go ahead and have you guys raise your hands. But for the first question, name 3 types of ground-based navigational aids. Remember, these are components on the ground that help provide the pilot with navigational information. Let's go with Chris.
We have VORs, VOR DME. We have VORTAC that are for approach instrumentation. You have glasses. I guess that.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yeah, and he already answered a little bit of another question that's going to come up. But yes, we've got the VORs and all of their variances, right? You've got localizers, DMEs, and NDBs. So don't you just love all the acronyms? There's a lot of acronyms. So you got the VOR, you don't need to know the full name, but again, it's the very high frequency omnidirectional range, right? It provides those 360 degrees of radials. You have your localizer, which is just sending out a simple signal that's providing lateral guidance only to the pilot. Distance measuring equipment. So it tells you what your distance is along a flown course. And that can be either a course that you're flying on the localizer, or it could be a course being flown on a VOR. So just it allows us to know our distance along that course. And then the NDB, the non-directional beacon, is just that really fancy compass, right? That system that broadcasts a signal, and then the aircraft has that fancy compass called an ADF, and it just points to that station, and the pilots go that way. Okay, they follow the needle. Okay, those are ground-based nav aids, things that are on the ground that you could physically drive to, but they provide through a radio frequency information, navigational information to the pilot. What is a SID? What does it stand for first, Lakeisha?
Standard instrument departure.
Yep, standard instrument departure. And if you'd like to answer what is its purpose, you can go ahead and do that too.
So, I mean, I guess, I don't know, to give instructions on departing from different runways.
Yeah, departing from running. Anything to add to that? Anybody else? So it does help provide information on how to leave an airport. Caitlin.
It lightens the workload for the pilots and ATC.
Yes, and that's important to remember, okay? So great job, Lakeisha, on the acronym, and yes, it is to help with the departures out of an airport. Specifically, it's to help reduce the workload for our pilots and air traffic controllers. Excellent. Okay, standard instrument departure, and let's take a look at one really quick. Okay, this is one from Jeppesen, and again, we're trying to provide you with both Jeppesen depictions and the government depicted SIDS, just because you might see and use both on and off during your time in training before you get to an airline that has an actual Jeppesen subscription. But again, knowing the purpose behind it is really what's key. Here's an airport right here. This is a SID. Okay, it's a departure. It's got this name, the Nickel 1 departure. And you see the airport here, and you can see that there are different ways of leaving the airport and getting to a common point here. And then ultimately leading to two different transition points. Okay, two different transition points. Or in other words, the last point that you could fly to on this SID. Okay, so the two transition points for this departure would be out here to the Mission Bay VORTAC, and also this thermal TRM VORTAC. And when you're dealing with a departure, you guys, if you were to use this departure on your flight plan, departures are always listed first. So it would be Nickel 1 point, and then you would list either MZB or TRM, the last point that you're going to fly to. Okay, and you can see those transition points here in parentheses. It says Nickel 1.MZB. That would be one location that you could fly to end your departure on. Or this one that says Nickel 1.TRM. It's just saying, I'm going to fly the Nickel 1 departure out to TRM. And then after that point, I'll begin planning my en route phase of the flight. Okay. And come tomorrow, you guys are going to begin developing and looking at creating routes in SkyVector. Okay, with, I believe, Ryan. Ryan will be your instructor tomorrow. So he's going to kind of show you how to pick an appropriate departure out of an airport. And then he'll also show you how to pick an appropriate arrival into an airport, and then connect everything else in between. Okay. All right, what is a STAR? So I'll go ahead and just to kind of keep the momentum of these questions going, right? Remember, the STAR is the standard terminal arrival route. And it's to help with the systematic flow, right, of traffic going now into an airport. And it's also there to help relieve and to reduce the amount of the workload on our air traffic controllers and our pilots. So same thing, but now we're going into an airport. This is the Setter 5 arrival. And with the departure, we had to pick the last point that we were going to fly to on the departure. Well, on the arrivals, you have to look for the transition point that starts the arrival. So the first point that you're going to fly to. And again, that can be found over here. Again, in parentheses, it says PSP, saying that this is the VORTAC, or the point that I'm going to start this arrival on the Setter 5 star. This is how it would be coded on a flight plan. PSP and then Setter 5. And I'm going to show you that here in a little bit, an example of that in SkyVector. Another transition point to get onto this star would be right here, GLI. And again, I know that this is a transition point that I can use because that segment from this point to the next point, in parentheses, it says GLI Setter 5. So this tells me that this is a transition point, or a starting point that I can use to get onto this arrival. Now, my question for you guys is, how is Oceanside VORTAC used? What is its purpose? It has the thin gray black lines rather than these big, bold dashed lines. Any idea what Oceanside would be used for? Is it a run?
It is. So I think that is for the triangulation purposes, to see your location.
Yes, exactly. It's to help identify Rothy here along the course that's being flown. If there's no DME, the only other way to identify Rothy is by using what we call a crossing radial or a reference radial. And it's using, in this case, the 036 radial to help identify Rothy. So you're right. This is a reference radial. It's not used to be flown on. It's only tuned into and used to help identify different points along a course that is being flown. Any questions on that? That's a really important concept just to have in general, right, of aviation, that you have DME, which is great, but not all aircraft have DME. So this is another method of being able to determine where I'm at along a course using a crossing, or another term is reference radial. Brian.
I guess this isn't necessarily dispatch specific, but I'm just curious. So in the cockpit, when a pilot, are they, so if they're also tuned into that Oceanside VOR, are they able to just kind of set what radial they want it to, like, you know, alert them at, or are they having to watch all the radials as they head on past it?
So in this situation, if you're talking about an old school setup in a cockpit, right? Bottom of the barrel. In this kind of scenario, he would have two VOR receivers. He would use one VOR to be able to fly on the outbound 315 here. And then he would have another VOR receiver tuned into this Oceanside. And yes, he would be able to set this radial. And there are indications in the cockpit when everything kind of lines up that tell them, oh, I'm at this point because I've crossed over this 036 radial from Oceanside. They'll know when they've crossed that radial.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Yeah. And honestly, none of the airlines that you guys are going to be working for will be flying that way.
Let Brett answer this one. I know he's dying to.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Brett. Yeah.
I was just going to add that if you were curious about what that looks like, that you could look up at Omnibearing Selector. That's the name of the instrument. And there's a bunch of different kinds, but that's what that instrument is, how they figure that out.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember last week when I was talking about the indications shown when you're left or right of the runway center line on a localizer. I had an instrument that showed the needle either to the left or to the right. And that when that needle swings around and comes into the center, that's when pilots know that they've, either they're on course or that they've crossed a radial. But yeah, like Brett's saying, it is a specific instrument that's used inside the cockpit. And you can Google kind of an indication of that, like he's saying, and kind of see what that looks like. But yeah, like you said, not dispatch related, right? So nobody else gets too frustrated for not knowing what we're talking about. But yes, that's it helps to kind of visualize it for sure. Yeah, thanks, Brett. Awesome. All right. Yeah, that's really what I wanted to kind of point out. I really want you guys to be able to differentiate courses that you're going to actually be flying on versus radials that are coming off of VORs that are being used to help identify different points. So, because there are some dispatchers that will go here and go, oh, I can start the arrival here at Oceanside. Well, no, you can't. This is not used to be flown on. It's used to help identify different fixes. So, yeah, any other questions? Okay. All right, we already talked about the purpose of a SID and a star, so we're not going to go over that. Next question would be, what type of guidance does a non-precision approach provide? Type of guidance. Peter.
That gives you lateral guidance only.
Lateral guidance only. Perfect. And Muhammad, if you don't mind, if you'd like, what type of guidance does a precision approach provide?
Vertical and lateral.
Yes. Vertical and lateral guidance. Perfect. Now, somebody else can answer this. What are some examples of precision approaches? Or in other words, what type of approach do you know of that provides both vertical and lateral guidance? Let's go with Trevor.
ILS is one of them.
Yes, the ILS. And Trevor, do you remember what the acronym ILS stands for?
Instrument Landing System.
Perfect. And then somebody else help me understand what two ground-based nav aids or components make up an ILS system that helps provide that vertical and lateral guidance. What equipment is needed to do that? Rebecca.
Localizer and glide slope.
Perfect. Okay. Awesome. Good job, you guys. Yeah. So again, just different examples of a precision approach. I don't want you guys worrying about PAR and GLS. Okay. These are GLS there's very few of them, and PARs are primarily used by military individuals. Okay. Military flyers. So
They're
don't.
pretty bad.
Yeah. Yeah. You probably have flown them, huh?
I have.
Yep. So
They're
just
a little scary.
Yeah, they are. And the reason they are is because Chris would tune into another frequency. And Chris, I'm not a pilot, so please correct me if I say something wrong. But he tunes into another frequency, and there's another air traffic controller on there dedicated to calling out his left and right lateral movements and also his vertical adjustments.
So it's
So,
awesome when they get their left and right confused. That's a lot of fun.
oh
And then
boy.
we also for training we do no gyro PARs, which basically he just says turn left, half standard rate turn left, stop turn,
Stop.
full standard rate turn right, stop turn. Yeah, it's insane.
So would it be safe to say, Chris, that you prefer an ILS over a PAR
All day long.
all day, right?
What's really scary though is that the PAR we can fly it down to 100 feet.
Oh, can you? Okay.
Explain that one. Yeah,
Hey.
never have I
Yeah.
ever.
So yeah, as dispatchers, I do not want you guys worrying about these two. I just put them here because technically they fall under this definition. But let's worry about the ILS. It's instrument landing system, and it's comprised of a localizer for lateral guidance, glide slope for vertical guidance. Okay, and then what are some procedures out there that are considered to be a non-precision approach? They provide lateral guidance only. Brian.
It's if you had your localizer only, and the glide
Okay.
slope route.
That's one, right? That's if you're just flying a localizer approach, that would be one type of non-precision approach. Anybody else? What other nav-aid out there? Oh, let's go with Sam. Go ahead, Sam.
VOR.
Yes. VORs only provide a radial, right? So you're only getting left and right guidance. Perfect. Those are the two that I wanted you guys to say, localizer and VOR. Here are two or three other ones that I'm not going to get into today a whole lot, but LDA, which is localizer type directional aid. Okay, so the LDA is just like a localizer. The only difference and the only reason why it's named LDA is because the localizer in this instance is offset by more than, well, there's a certain number of degrees, but it changes the name of it. So all it means is that, hey, this is a little more offset. It's offset by more than 3 degrees from the runway center line. So these two are the same, just offset differences. LNAV mimics the localizer, but the LNAV requires GPS. So the lateral navigation is a GPS localizer, if you will. And then LP is again just like the localizer, but not only does it require GPS, it actually requires WAAS as well. Again, that's nothing you're going to be tested on, okay? Don't worry about it. But that's the true meaning behind it. It requires WAAS. So it's a very accurate lateral navigation type final. Okay, and the third one, so we talked about precision approaches, non-precision approaches, and then we've got this random third category, APV. Anybody remember what APV stands for? Nichelle.
Approach with vertical guidance.
Yes, approach with vertical guidance. Okay, and I'm just, again, it's a weird category, okay? So this approach with vertical guidance was created because we have 3 different types of approaches here that do not meet the standards set forth by the International Civil Aviation Organization for precision approaches. Okay, and that has to do with the LPV, which is GPS based, and it has both lateral and vertical guidance, but this type of procedure requires the aircraft to be equipped with a WAAS receiver. Remember that augmentation system that improved the GPS reliability and availability? Well, it requires that. And because it's being corrected and determined as a reliable signal so often, it does a very good job of providing both lateral and vertical guidance accurately to a runway. But again, it can't, because of the way it's receiving that vertical guidance, it doesn't meet that ICAO standard. LNAV, VNAV, again, a GPS approach, lateral navigation, vertical navigation, but it's receiving its vertical navigation from what we call a baro-aided GPS, meaning there's the GPS on board is able to take information about the outside air temperature and pressure, and it creates a pseudo glide path down to the runway. LNAV, VNAV does work off of WAAS as well, but it's not required to have WAAS. But it has vertical guidance. And then you have LDA. Remember, LDA is the same as a localizer. It's just that it's offset more than 3 degrees from the runway center line. So it's not quite a localizer. It's an LDA, a localizer type directional aid. It's still using a localizer signal, but it's offset. And there are instances where it has a glide slope. And in those instances, it's considered to be an approach with vertical guidance because it has lateral and vertical guidance. And there are very few LDAs out there with a glide slope. However, the St. George Airport, where you guys are going to be in just a few weeks, that airport has an LDA approach with vertical guidance. So if you want to poke around, if you type in KSGU and look at the different approaches at that airport, you will find an LDA, and it will call out that it has vertical navigation. It has a glide slope. Just lets the pilot know that, hey, this is kind of like an ILS because you have lateral and vertical guidance, but you're offset from the runway. You kind of come in at an angle, just the way the Navate is oriented on the field. Okay, so those are those 3 approach types: precision, non-precision, and then the approach with vertical guidance. Next question is, what is the difference between a waypoint, this little star symbol here, and a fix, the triangle? And a little hint, these are found on the aeronautical chart, the IFR low and high en route charts. Trevor.
Waypoint is related to a GPS. It's a GPS position, and then fix is related to a VOR, along a VOR radial.
Perfect. Yeah, excellent. So a waypoint is equal to a GPS point, okay, and those have that star shape. And all points in space, whether they're GPS or determined using ground-based VORs, they all have a 5-letter identifier. They're all different. And in the past, I've been able to create a waypoint representing my 2 daughters. It was pretty cool. So I was able to name those on an approach for my 2 daughters. That's kind of fun, but they're all given a 5-letter identifier. Okay, so that's a GPS point. And then the fix, this triangle, is, again, it's another point in space, but we call these fixes because they're being identified and created or determined using a VOR or a ground-based navaid. They can either be an intersection fix or a DME fix. So if you remember, let's look at Troy here, or Tyro as our example. Again, here's your Bartlesville VOR DME with a radial 043. That's not a radial to be flown on. It's just, again, it's a reference radial or a crossing radial that crosses this course here, this bold black line, to help us identify this point in space, this fix, Tyro, Tyro. Okay, that's an intersection fix. It's also a DME fix. If somebody has DME, they would still be able to identify Tyro. But at the same time, if you didn't, you are being given a radial to use to help identify that point. And over here, I have an example of another fix, Olve, and it's got a DME reading here. So as I'm flying on this course and I go to 53 nautical miles and I see that 53 displayed in the cockpit, I know that I have reached Olve here as long as I'm on this course and using that nav aid that the DME is coming off of. Okay, any questions with these concepts? I just want to make sure everybody's clear on, GPS waypoints and a fix using ground-based navigational aids. Okay. All right, somebody remind me, what is the lowest landing minimums you can have for a Category 1 ILS approach? So the standard minimums for a Cat 1 approach. Any ideas? Alan.
Is it 201?
Close. It's 200 and a half.
And half. My bad.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. No, good. Thanks for answering. Yeah. 200 foot ceiling and a half statute mile visibility. If you see anything higher than this on an ILS approach, on a standard ILS, it's because there's some sort of obstacle that's driving those minimums higher than this standard 200 and a half. But this is the base. This is the goal, right? Is to have an ILS with this minimum, unless there's some sort of obstacle that's being avoided. All right, what is a VOR? We've already talked about it. We're not going to have you guys answer that again, but just to answer that question, it's a very high frequency omnidirectional range, right? It's sending out 360 degrees worth of radials. And with some variances, right, you get the DME, the distance measuring equipment. So somebody go ahead and list off those 3 different types of VORs. I know somebody's been dying to do this. Who do we got? Riley, thank you. Appreciate it.
There's VOR, VOR with DME, and then like VORTAC.
Perfect. Excellent. VOR, VOR DME, and VORTAC. VOR, 360 degree radials only. All right, you can fly on any of those radials to the station, away from it, have fun. VOR DME and VORTAC, these also provide 360 degree radials, but they offer the ability to determine your distance along those radials because of the equipment that is attached to it. So you got distance measuring equipment paired with the VOR, and this VOR here is paired with a military TACAN that is sending out 360 degrees worth of radials on an ultra high frequency that civilian aircraft are not able to receive and interpret, but it also has DME capabilities, and that's why we as civilians care about this TACAN portion, because it gives this VOR the same ability as the VOR DME to give me distance along a radial. Okay. Perfect. Next question. Now that we know that there are 3 different variances of VORs, we also need to understand that each of those VORs out there are given some sort of advertised strength, right? They're marked and stamped with a strength. And we call those strengths service volumes. So what are the legacy VOR service volumes? Caitlin,
The terminal, low, and high.
perfect. And do you remember what distance is associated with each?
Yeah, so terminal's 25, low is 40, and then high is 130.
Perfect. Okay. Legacy. In about 20 years, I'm sure everything will finally get updated. And you won't have to deal with legacy and new, but who knows? For the next foreseeable future, we're going to see both legacy service volumes out there and new. So again, these are the ones we want you to remember: terminal, low, high for legacy and their distances. Next, what are the new VOR service volume classifications? And their associated distances. Tatum.
Here's VOR low, which is 70 nautical miles, and then VOR high, which is 130.
Perfect. Okay. And you'll see these written as VL and VH on those NavAid tags on the IFR low and high en route charts. All right. I'm just going to go through some of these. The jet route. Okay. The jet route is the freeway in the sky at altitudes from flight level 180, so 18,000 feet, to flight level 450. That's a jet route. And then the Victor Airway, or the Victor routes, are routes, low altitude routes from 1,200 feet AGL, above ground level, up to, but not including, flight level 180. So that means 1,200 feet above the ground, up to 17,999 is where you're going to find those routes on the IFR low chart. All right, this one is for you guys. What cruising altitude would be filed for an aircraft or a flight traveling eastbound? What would be the cruising altitude? And I'm not looking necessarily for a specific number, right?
The odd altitude.
Yeah, I'm talking about an odd altitude, an odd flight level. 31,000 feet, 33, right? 35,000. Okay. And that's again for flights that are anywhere from 0 to 179 degrees. So if we have our westbound traveling flight, you're going to see an even flight level. So you're 32, 34, 36,000 feet, your even flight levels. And that's important because you guys will, yep, and Brian says, yeah, west is even odder, right? Easterners are odd, but Westerners are even odder. So there you go. All right, we haven't talked about this yet. I don't know, maybe you guys have already talked about it in a previous class, but I still think it's important to kind of have an understanding of how are aircraft approach categories determined. So if you look at the lines of minima on your approach plate, you see categories like A through D. How do we determine a specific aircraft's category? What is being done? Does anybody know? Somebody out there may know. How do you determine what aircraft category your particular aircraft falls into?
Approach speeds.
Yeah, it's an approach speed. So, and the way we get that approach speed to help you fall under one of these categories is we look at the stall speed of the aircraft, which is this VSO, which is velocity. Okay, it's a stall speed of that particular aircraft, and then it's multiplied by 1.3. And what that does is it helps you understand which of these categories, A through E, do you fall into, so that you can look at the appropriate lines of minima section on an approach plate. And in the airlines, you're basically just told, hey, this aircraft that you're dealing with is a category Charlie or Delta. You're just going to be told that. And that's what you need to remember. But this is what the manufacturer is doing, and the airlines they're saying, okay, this is the stall speed. We multiply it by 1.3. And in the AIM, the Aeronautical Information Manual, it tells us that we fall under a category C approach speed. And that would be the category that you look at. So remind me, what is the approach category for the CRJ 700? And this takes you back to, I think, Aircraft Systems, week 2. Brett says, yeah, class Charlie, right? Okay, that is correct. So that is the category you need to be looking at when you're trying to determine what your landing minimums are on an approach plate. Sometimes all minimums fall under the same category, but there are times where specific categories have their specific minimums, and you need to make sure that you're taking that into account. Okay. We got about 10 more minutes. Let's kind of start this process of reviewing our aeronautical charts. Are there any questions with those questions that we went through just a minute ago? Chris, did you have something? I see your hand raised now.
Yeah, for that, obviously approach speeds vary greatly with weight. Do they always base that on the maximum certified landing weight of the aircraft?
Yes, and dirty.
And okay, fully configured.
Yep.
Okay,
Full landing configuration. Yep. Okay. Well, let me switch my screen here. I'm going to go back to SkyVector, and we're going to pretty much do something very similar to what we did last week. And just kind of this time, I'm just going to poke through, and I'm going to ask you guys some more questions regarding the IFR low and high charts. Let me get set up here. Okay, let me know when you guys can see the VFR sectional, please. There we go. Okay, awesome. Thanks, guys. And yeah, like I said, give me 10 minutes, and we will go to give a 10-minute break to you guys. All right. All right. So again, this is our VFR sectional, which you will not be using in this class for flight planning. Does anybody remember the reason why this particular aeronautical chart is not going to be used? The VFR sectional.
Let the helicopter pilot answer that one.
I'm a helicopter, yeah. So remember, in the airlines under Part 121, your flights have to be conducted under IFR, Instrument Flight Rules. And the flight planning has to be done on the low or high IFR en route charts. So you'll see the difference, right? There's not a lot of topographical features on this chart like there is on the visual, because again, our pilots are not relying on the visual cues to fly from point to point. But as an aeronautical professional, at some point in your career, you need to begin expanding your aviation knowledge, right? And so we do share just little tidbits about the VFR sectional to you now, so that it's not a complete foreign object to you later on down the road. So again, it still depicts airports. I see airports here. I see different airspace classifications. We're not going to get into that as a dispatcher, but there are different airspaces around airports, right? And anywhere, as you step outside your door, you're in some sort of airspace. So that's all depicted here. In the yellow, you can see the different populated areas in yellow. Again, you've got objects, obstacles, windmill farms, interstates. So yeah, a lot of things to reference here. You even got this lake here. So there's a lot of material that's being shared with the pilot on a visual flight rule aeronautical chart. All right, so we're going to spend, again, like I said, the majority of our time in the IFR en route low and high charts. So to start us off, I'm going to start asking you guys some questions here. What two freeways in the skies are going to be depicted on a low IFR en route chart? What two? I would just call them freeways in the skies, again, to help you guys understand what I'm talking about. What two routes will I find on an IFR low en route chart? Orion.
Victor and Tango.
Yes, Victor and Tango routes, okay? Yes, Victor routes will be shown in black, and the Tango routes will be shown in blue. And sometimes these blue and black routes, they lie on top of each other. Okay, so they're hard to see. But if I just go over here, I can see now clearly a Victor route here, and then I see another blue route here. Again, help me understand the difference between a Victor route and this Tango route. What is the main difference? Brian.
The Victor routes are your based on your ground-based nav aids, and your Tango routes are satellite-based.
You got it. It is that simple. That's all you need to know. That's perfect. Okay. The same can be said for the high chart when you see a jet route, okay, in black, a J, and a Q route. Okay, same thing. Jet routes are made up of ground-based nav aids. Q routes are made up of satellite-based navigation. We're using GPS to navigate those routes. Okay. Also, I just want to make it very clear, just so nobody gets confused in a couple days. In this class, you cannot build a route using the GPS routing, the blue routes. You can't. It would make things too easy. Okay. So again, in this class, during your flight planning portion, you are required to use ground-based routes, the black lines, not the blue lines. Okay. And they'll tell you that and reiterate that as you guys get into the flight planning portion of your training in the next couple days. Now, just a little side note here. I know this was a question last week. Trevor, I think this might have been you. You asked about this Vortec, BGD. And he's like, hey, why does this Vortec not have a compass rose around it? It doesn't look like it's being used for anything. What's going on here? And sure enough, I looked it up. This thing is long gone. It doesn't even exist. It just got left on the chart. So it's not supposed to be there. It's kind of a ghost nav aid. So there you go. I told you guys I would look that up, and I did. And it's not tied to anything. Not an approach, not a freeway in the sky, not an airport. It is the symbol, the depiction of it is just sitting out here. It'll get fixed eventually, but yep. So there you go. All right. Any questions, you guys, regarding the low Victor routes and Tango routes, or the high Jet route and Q route? Just want to make sure that you guys understand that there's these 4 routes out there. 2 of them are found on the low, 2 of them are found on the high chart. And which routing can you not use in this class? Q routes, Brian. Yep, thank you. Don't use the Q routes right now. Okay, perfect. Let's look at a couple examples here. See if I can, oh, on the wrong. All right, let me, here we go. All right, so we have our Vortec here, and we have this fix, Ikiwu. Can somebody help explain how will a pilot know that they have reached Ikiwu, this fix where my pointer is at? We know we're on that 327 radial. That's the one we're flying on. How will they know that they're over that point? Caitlin.
They've flown 15 miles out.
Yep. In this case, it's only by DME. There's no crossing radial here to use. So if you need to identify Ikiwu, you either need a DME receiver, you need DME equipment, or you better have some sort of GPS, right? There's no reference radial or crossing radial to help you identify that point. Okay. Trying to find another point here. Let me just type it in here. Somebody help remind me what this hockey stick looking symbol means over the fix broke. What is that? First of all, what is that symbol? And second of all, why is it there? What information is it providing the pilot? Oh, sorry, Brett, go ahead.
No problem. It's a changeover point, and the reason that they have it on the chart is because pilots need to know when to switch from using one nav aid to another, and that's the point where you're supposed to do that on this airway.
Yep, perfect. Yep, it's, again, this airway is connecting this nav aid and this other nav aid. And they're just saying, hey, at some point, if you're flying from here out to Broke and continuing out to the next nav aid, this is probably a good spot for you to switch from navigating off of this nav aid. It's a good changeover point you're going to change now to this NavAid's frequency and begin flying inbound to that NavAid. And you're at this spot, this is a good point, a good distance away from the next NavAid for you to tune into and receive a reliable signal all the way to the next location. Okay, it's a changeover point. All right, with that, we've gotten to the bottom of the hour. Let's give you guys 10 minutes. I'll put a timer up here. Please raise your hands and be back in 10. Talk to you soon. All right, guys, let's pick back up. Got a couple more questions, a couple things to show you just here on this world low chart. And then we'll get into our Jeppesen approach plate and 10-9 chart review. Okay. All right, so again, looking at the IFR low en route chart, we have this R on this flag. Can somebody tell me what that R stands for? It's I know it's MRA, but what does that actually stand for? Oh yeah, let's see, we got some hands raised. Nope. Thought we did. There we go. Okay. Yep. Aaron, go ahead.
Minimum reception altitude?
Yeah, minimum reception altitude. And do you, does anybody else want to kind of add to that? It's a minimum reception altitude, but why is that minimum reception altitude of 6,500 feet so important in this example? And same thing could be said for this fix over here. This is another one, an R. Minimum reception altitude, again, 6,500. Yeah, go ahead, Brett.
The MRA is the lowest altitude that you can identify that point.
Using
your ground-based nav aids. If you're lower than that, then terrain or something will be in the way, and you won't be able to get reception to identify that fix.
Exactly. Yeah. So if I have an aircraft here at this VORTAC flying on this 176 radial to Yokan, and they're using again another radial as a reference, in this case TXO VORTAC. This radial is the 063 radial. In order for me to use that other radial, I've got to be at an appropriate altitude high enough that allows me to pick up a reliable signal from that other nav aid. Anything lower than that in this area is too low for me to pick up a reliable signal or a signal at all from TXO. All right, to identify that point. If I have DME, distance measuring equipment, I don't care about that minimum reception altitude, because I'm just going to use DME from that VORTAC until it reads 29, and I know that I've gotten to Yokan. Okay, so that minimum reception altitude is only relevant to people that don't have DME and who need to identify this point. Okay. Let me just pull up a couple other questions here. I think two more. Oh, actually, I think that covered the majority of this. Yeah, go ahead.
Somebody posted in chat, I think, about minimum crossing altitudes, the little flag with the X.
Oh, yeah. We can look at a minimum crossing altitude. Thank you. Yeah, so we did minimum reception altitude. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's the other one I missed. Thank you. I was looking at my list and I thought I covered them all. Okay. A minimum crossing altitude, the one with the X on it. Let me pull one of those up. Okay. This one here, this is at the fix Brisk. And it's just telling me that I need to cross this fix at a certain altitude. And that altitude that they want me to cross at is dependent on the direction of flight. So it says if I'm on Victor 440 going eastbound, then I need to cross it at 11,000 feet. If I'm going northeast, then I need to cross it at 8,000. Okay, it's just at what altitude am I going to cross that? Am I needing to cross at that point? Let me see if I can find you another one. Might be one. here. Oh. Looks like there's one right over this Vortac here. That if you're on this Victor 402, right here, 402, traveling southwest this way, if I'm going to be going from this Navaid onto this Victor 402, it wants me to cross this Vortac at 8,000 feet going in this direction. And the reason for that is because if you look here, the minimum en route altitude, the altitude that ensures that I am clear of obstacles and I have a reliable VOR navigation signal for the entirety of that route, that minimum altitude is 8,000 feet. So they want me to be at 8,000 feet right off the bat. Okay. Thank you, Chris, for pointing that out. And is it Curie? Does that help? Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's Kyrie, but yeah. That's
Kyrie,
great.
I'm sorry. Yep. Awesome. Yeah, thanks for stopping me there. All right. And I guess the other thing that I want to show you in preparation for tomorrow's class, because tomorrow you're going to be with Ryan, and he's going to introduce SkyVector to you guys. Now, really quick, by a raise of hands, how many of you guys, since the last time we got together, got onto SkyVector, poked around, or even looked at a couple YouTube videos to see how it works and see what it offers? Number of you guys? Okay. Good. And if not, no worries. It's not like it was a homework assignment, right? But the earlier you can become familiar with SkyVector, the better. He's going to go in there and kind of show you around even more tomorrow, specifically showing you how we can create a route in SkyVector. Now, I just want to show you really quick. If you click on flight plan here, you can add a departure airport. So I'll put KOKC and a destination. I'll just put SLC again. Okay. And that creates a magenta line connecting those two airports. Now, he's going to show you how to manually put in the different departures and arrivals. Okay. All I want to show you is once you do that and once you create a route, I want you to be able to see what that routing looks like. So I'm going to cheat here. Okay. So don't do this with Ryan, but I'm going to quickly click on routes here. And because I have an appropriate speed and altitude put in here, that would mimic an airline flight. I'm going to click on routes, and it's going to offer me a number of different routes between these two city pairs that are actually being used in the real world scenario. Okay, which is pretty cool. Can't really use this in class because these routes use GPS routes, but I just want to quickly show you. If I click on one of these routes, you can see that it changes that route and it lists all the different points of that route here at the bottom. And in gold, I can't zoom in, you guys, so I'm sorry. But in gold, you're going to see, this one says Stephen 3, and this one right here says, what is that? Pit 1. So any ideas as to what Stephen 3 is? Yep, Curry, that's right. That's your SID. Okay, that's the name of your departure out of Oklahoma City. And if I put my cursor on Stephen 3, look over here to see what happens to my route. Do you see how it highlights that section? That's my departure out of Oklahoma City out to that point, Ziwi. That's my transition on the departure. My whole departure leaves the airport and it goes out to Ziwi. Okay. And that's what you're going to do tomorrow is figure out what routing, what SID can you create or use out of an airport. And then you're going to go over here and you're going to also figure out what arrival makes sense for your flight based on the direction that you're coming from. So you can see there that I'm highlighting. There it is. Now that I know my arrival point and my departure point, I can fill out everything in between. Okay, everything else, it's a lot easier to connect the points when you know where one end ends and where the other begins. It's like making a sandwich. Got to have your two buns before you can start making that perfect hamburger. So, okay, so just kind of keep that in mind. And he's going to show you a lot of different examples of routes in SkyVector. And just take note that there's going to be a SID and a star determined, and then an en route portion finalized, and that is your route. This route is not one that you could use because it's using GPS points. You're not going to be able to do that in this class right now. But follow his guidance. Let him teach you the ins and outs of using SkyVector tomorrow. But hopefully you've seen enough to be dangerous, right? You can listen to Ryan, and now you'll better understand kind of the direction he's going in helping you determine a route based on a specific city pair. He'll say, okay, we need to build a route now from Denver to San Francisco. And he's going to probably show you the process of how to do that. Okay. All right. Any questions for me before we leave SkyVector behind until tomorrow? All right. Okay. I'm going to stop sharing. I'm going to switch back over to our PowerPoint. And we're going to go for another 30 minutes or so. All right. Now we're going to do a review on our approach plate. Okay. All right, so here's the approach plate that we're going to use. I'm just going to zoom in and just ask a couple questions here and there to see and to gauge your understanding of the instrument approach plate. But before I do that, I just want to kind of call out the different sections of the approach plate because there's a lot of information, right? It can be very overwhelming. Make sure that in your mind, you kind of just break it down. At the top, you have the header section. It just tells you the airport code, the city and state, and the type of approach that you're looking at. And if applicable, to what runway. Okay, so in this case, we got the Eugene, K-E-U-G, airport in Eugene, Oregon, and it's an ILS or localizer to runway 16 left. You've got radio frequencies in the order that they'll be used. You have a briefing information. It tells the pilot about a lot of different frequencies that they need to be tuned into the right nav aid to provide them with that lateral guidance. Okay. GS stands for glide slope. And again, a lot of this other stuff we're going to cover here in just a minute. But does anybody remember what MSA stands for? This little circle in the top right of the instrument approach plate. And it's sometimes sectored off. Nichelle.
Minimum safe altitude.
Perfect. A minimum safe altitude used again in emergency situations if needed. There's always a center point, whether it be the runway for GPS approaches or some sort of omnidirectional nav aid for conventional procedures. There's a center point, and in this case, it happens to be this EUG VOR. And it says, hey, if you know where you are in relation to this VOR, and you're within 25 nautical miles from it, these are the minimum altitudes you need to maintain in order to stay clear of obstacles. So if the pilot knows that they're over here in this piece of the pie, they'll maintain at least 5,300 feet and know that they're safe as long as they remain within that 25 nautical mile radius. Or in this little sliver of the pie, they can be down to 4,600 feet and remain clear of obstacles. Okay. What type of guidance would one expect out of this procedure, an ILS or localizer approach? Again, what type of guidance, navigational guidance, would you get from an approach like this? Let's go with Brett.
If everything's working, you get vertical and lateral guidance.
Perfect. If everything's working, you get vertical and lateral guidance. Okay, and what do you mean by that, Brett? What components are you talking about? What components need to be in perfect working order in order to receive that vertical and horizontal guidance?
The localizer gives you lateral guidance, and the glide slope gives you vertical guidance.
Perfect. Yep. So you need those two, right? And the way it says or means that you could fly this as a localizer or non-precision approach only. That's if the glide slope is out of service. And there would be a NOTAM telling you that, hey, the glide slope on the ILS or localizer runway 16 left is unserviceable, US. Meaning it doesn't work. And if the glide slope is out, then you know that, okay, that's fine. My minimums increase, but I still have the ability to use the localizer, the non-precision final approach to the same runway. Okay. An ILS approach is associated with what type of minimum altitude? Again, an ILS approach or a precision approach, and this goes for any precision approach that has vertical guidance, is associated with what type of minimum altitude? Kind of harped on this at the end of the last time we were together. Any ideas? Peter?
Well, it takes you down to your decision height, altitude.
Yes. Yep. You got a decision altitude, right? A decision altitude. And we're going to look at some examples here in just a minute. And then for a non-precision approach, an approach that has only lateral guidance, it's only going to it's going to be associated with an MDA, a minimum descent altitude. Okay, for non-vertically guided procedures, MDA. And we can see that down here in our lines of minima. The precision approach has a DA, and the non-precision approach has an MDA. So let's talk about and look at a slide that better explains the difference between a DA, a decision altitude, and an MDA, minimum descent altitude. So on this example, we have a decision altitude of 569 feet, right here, 569. What does that mean to a pilot? How are they going to use that decision altitude when they're flying? Well, again, they're going to get to Zunax. Okay, they get to the what we call the glide slope intercept point. This is the point and it just happens to be at Zunax, this is where they receive that vertical guidance, and they're going to follow the glide slope, as you can see in red, all the way down to a decision altitude. And they will continue below the decision altitude if they have the runway environment in sight. But if they don't, they have to make the decision here to go missed, or again to continue if they do have everything in sight that they need. Okay, that's how they're going to use the decision altitude. Fly that glide slope down till you get to the DA. Can you see the runway environment or not? You either continue or you follow this red line and you execute the missed approach procedure, where they then climb out to a safe altitude to avoid obstacles, out to a clearance limit or to a holding point where they can then communicate with air traffic control and make a determination as to whether they want to try again or go to their alternate airport. Any questions with this concept? If this does not make sense, please speak up. I can't, even in my occupation, well, obviously in my occupation, but during interviews, both with dispatch and non-dispatch related interviews in aviation, this gets brought up because it shows that you understand the deeper things of instrument flying. So if the difference between a decision altitude and a minimum descent altitude do not make sense, I'd like you guys to make sure you bring that up to me so that we can have further discussions on it. Okay, so think about that as we move on to the MDA. Okay, the minimum descent altitude is a non-precision approach minimum altitude. Okay, with non-precision approaches where there's no vertical guidance given, there are times along the final approach course where that approach might offer a step down fix, meaning there are points that say, hey, you have safely overflown an obstacle back here. Let's lower you now to a lower altitude. Sometimes you have a step down fix, sometimes you don't. It just depends on the area and the obstacles. Okay. But in this case, they're going to get to Zunax, which has this Maltese cross, which signifies the beginning of the final approach fix for a non-precision approach. And at Zunax, they know that at this point, they are safe to go down to the next minimum altitude. In this case, between Zunax and Holta, the next minimum altitude that they can safely descend down to is 820 feet. Once they get to Holta, and they'll know that they're at Holta because they see D 2.4. That means DME 2.4. And where is that DME source coming from? It says IADE. That means the distance information is coming from the localizer. Okay. If this were a VOR, then it would only have a 3-letter identifier here, but all localizers start with the letter I. So they know that they got to Holta, and now that they've reached Holta, they can now descend down to the next minimum altitude, which is their MDA, the minimum descent altitude of 700 feet. And they're going to fly 700 feet until they get to a calculated point that the pilots are in charge of determining. And at that point, they'll say, okay, well, this is an ideal place for me to descend if I have the runway in sight. But if not, it's not the end of the world. They can continue at that minimum altitude, that minimum descent altitude, all the way out to a missed approach point. In this case, it happens to be the end of the runway. And at that point, they either have to land or they have to go missed. The only issue with waiting until all the way out here, especially if you're in a high performance aircraft, you may not be able to have a stable approach down to the runway. You're so close to the runway, you can't just dive the aircraft down, right? Chris, I don't know how you flew your stuff, but
I've enjoyed, baby.
Yep. So, okay, that's the difference. An MDA, you can fly that MDA all the way out to a missed approach point. And at that point, you either have to land or you have to go missed. Unlike the decision altitude, for the precision, there is no missed approach point for a precision approach. The determination and the location of where you execute a missed approach, if needed, is at the decision altitude. So on a precision approach, you make the decision at this altitude. And on a non-precision approach, you're told that this is as low as you can go, and you can stay at that altitude all the way out to a missed approach point. And if you can see the runway before that, go ahead and descend down and land. But if you can't, you cannot go any lower than 700 feet. And you can fly out to that missed approach point, and then you are forced to then execute or to fly the missed approach instructions. Brian.
So, so the Holta point, that isn't, I mean, that's meaningless for if you're on a precision approach, right?
Completely.
You're just ignoring that, right? Okay.
Yep, you got it. Because you're being guided down vertically on a glide slope. So you're being kept clear of obstacles because of that. In this scenario, you're not. You technically could dive all the way down to that minimum altitude if you want. They don't do that. They actually calculate a nice stable descent now. But you technically could dive down, and they're just saying, hey, there's an obstacle here in between these 2 points. Don't go down to your 700 yet because it's not safe. It's not safe to descend down to 700 until you know that you've overflown this point, Holta, then you can go down. And you're right. Holta is only pertinent to a non-precision approach. And again, keep in mind that some non-precision approaches won't have a step-down fix. It may not be needed, right? They don't have the obstacles, so they don't add a step-down fix. So you may or may not see one, but yes, that is only a non-precision approach point. Yep. Any other questions? Are you guys feeling a little more confident with the difference between a DA and a non-precision MDA? Okay. Yeah, you'd be surprised. I think I've had a couple dispatch interviews and this has come up. I don't know. They think it's really important. So, I don't know. If you ask me, I mean, I guess it is important, but I personally don't think it makes or breaks your initial
dispatcher. I don't see how it's that important for dispatcher, to be honest. I mean,
you don't
knowing what a precision and a non-precision approach are, and that the minimums are different. I don't see why it's so important to know that, but
yeah, it's just
I
something
guess to
brought
the
up.
examiner it was.
They like this one. So so yeah. If you guys have any other questions on it, let me know. I mean, obviously it's a very pilot heavy piece of knowledge, right? I mean, this is something that pilots obviously have to know, but as a dispatcher, it just shows a greater understanding of these aviation concepts. So, okay, let's move on to a quick 10-9 chart explanation, okay, and quick review. This was back on Monday where poor Jen wasn't feeling well. So let's just make sure that you've been able to understand the most important concepts out of this. So the 10-9 chart will provide you with an overview of the airport diagram. Okay, it just lays out where the taxiways are, how the runways are configured, what the runway lengths are. Okay, what you can kind of see the position of the lighting, where the control tower is. Pretty much anything you need to find can be found here on this this 10.9 airport sketch diagram. I just want to point this out really quick, just because we talked about it last week. Does anybody know what this little V shaped thing is? Any clues? And I know Brett's going to probably know, and Chris, and my other pilots, but anybody else want to give a shot as to what this is depicting? Peter. Or, yeah, Peter, go ahead.
It's magnetic and true north.
Yeah. Yeah. So this arrow right here is pointing to true north. And this arrow over here is pointing to the magnetic north pole. And the difference, the angular difference between these two is 13 degrees. So that's the magnetic variation. Just kind of trying to go back to what we talked about last week, that there's a true north and a magnetic north, and all of these charts are based on that true north, but it's also helping you see the magnetic value as well. So that's what those are, and you'll see those on a lot of different charts in aviation. All right, a continuation of the 10.9 chart takes us to additional runway information, where it will depict the different runway ends. So runway 3 and 2.1, runway 1.7 and 3.5, and it shows the different runway lighting that is available at these different runways. It will also list different footnotes in these big, or not big, but these black dots. And they're just referring to this runway having a grooved runway, so the lines through the pavement, and other information that may or may not be useful to you as a dispatcher. This section down here, though, listed as takeoff, is going to be more pertinent for you. So just like there are landing minimums, we also have takeoff minimums, right? You can't take off from a runway if the weather is below takeoff minimums. And where do you find those takeoff minimums? Well, they're going to be listed in a 10.9 chart. The standard takeoff minimums are based on the number of engines. Okay, so if you have an aircraft with 1 or 2 engines, the standard takeoff minimums is 1 statute mile or an RVR of 5,000 feet. Remember, RVR stands for runway visual range. It's those sensors along the runway that are measuring the distance that the pilot can see down the runway. And there's actual sensors out there, and then they broadcast that information onto a site that you'll learn about in the airlines that you can reference to go, okay, this runway in Salt Lake City or in Chicago is reading this RVR value. And it looks like you're good to go to depart. Okay, now if you have an aircraft with 3 or really more than 2 engines, then you can depart with a half statute mile. Okay, your takeoff minimums are much lower. Okay, that's standard. Now, a lot of the airlines that you guys are going to be working at will have lower than standard takeoff minimums. And that will kind of fall under this area over here, where if your runways have the appropriate type of lighting, like in this case, center line lights and high intensity runway lights, then it's saying that your takeoff minimums for these runways, instead of standard, because your airline has been given specific permission and it's listed in your operation specifications, remember the book that says what your airline can and can't do. If your airline is authorized to have lower than standard takeoff minimums, you'll find those minimums over here, all the way down to like 500 RVR. Okay, 500 RVR. So you'll notice that with the airlines, they always get normally approval to operate with minimums lower than what you would normally expect in the IFR environment. Okay, and you guys talked about this, right? Standard takeoff minimums versus the lower than standard takeoff minimums. Were you guys able to get to that point? Okay, any questions on that? Okay. And if all of these lights are out, you guys, and they're not working, you'll see an adequate visibility reference. And then you would have to go based off of that, which would be a quarter statute mile. Okay. So between your pilots and yourself, you're going to gauge whether or not you're legal to, to send them off. They're like, oh my gosh, it just dropped below 500 RVR there. You'll communicate with the pilot and say, hey, we're going to have to hold off for a bit. And that happens. So, okay. And then for this runway down here, 17 and 35, the other strip. So remember, in this example, we had 3 and 2-1. And then you have runway 35 and 17. So that's why you have runway 3 and 2-1 seems better equipped. They've got runway visual range sensors out there. So they're able to give you much lower takeoff minimums on this runway than runways 17 and 35. Because 17 and 35 doesn't have the sensors for RVR. So you either have standard takeoff minimums there, or if you're authorized, you can use the adequate visibility reference. It gets you to a quarter, which is a lot less. Okay, standard versus lower than standard takeoff minimums. And then the other important thing to take away from, and I'm kind of just working my way down this 10-9 chart, okay? The other important portion of that is the very, very bottom section titled For Filing as an Alternate. Okay, for filing as an alternate. So if you decide to use this airport as your alternate, you have to determine what your landing minimums are going to be. Okay, for that airport. And based on the approach that you guys decide to use, you're going to have to go here to the 10-9 chart to first determine whether or not you're even authorized and allowed to use that approach that you picked to determine your alternate minimums. Can you guys see all the different approaches here? There's an ILS to runway 3. There's some VOR approaches, a localizer approach, and a bunch of RNAV. Remember, RNAV just means it's a GPS approach. Okay. Now, we have all of those different approaches listed here, and these different values down here at the bottom, numerically. Okay. Sometimes down here where these numbers are at, you're going to see the letters NA, or not authorized. And if you see NA listed under an approach, that means that you cannot use that particular approach to determine your alternate minimums. You guys have already talked about the 1 nav aid, 2 nav aid rule to help you determine what your alternate minimums are. Okay, we're going to look at that. We're going to review that here in a minute. But you have to, in order to use that either 1 nav aid or 2 nav aid rule, you have to go and select, depending on which rule you're using, an approach plate. But you have to also determine whether or not that approach plate that you've selected is authorized for you to determine your alternate minimums. Okay, and that's done by coming here to the for filing as an alternate, the very, very bottom of your 10-9 chart. And in this case, I don't see any approaches here that are NA or not authorized. The other thing I want to point out is that these numbers that you see here are what we call standard alternate minimums. So if an airline is not given approval by the FAA to have lower than standard alternate minimums, then they have to use the standard alternate minimums that are seen here on this chart. But almost every single airline that you guys are going to be working for will have lower than standard takeoff minimums. Okay, and when you guys use the 1 nav aid, 2 nav aid rule to determine your alternate weather minimums, that is essentially what you're doing, is you're getting an alternate minimum lower than the standard 802 for a non-precision approach and lower than 602 for a precision approach. Okay. The airlines are given those different authorizations to go lower. So when you guys get back from your quick 15-minute dinner/snack, we are going to cover and review again the 1 nav aid, 2 nav aid rule application that will help us determine what your alternate weather minimums are going to be for an airport that you have selected as your alternate. Okay. Now, just to confirm, I always want to make sure, because sometimes every class has to adapt to different course material because of unforeseen circumstances. But you guys have already talked about the 1 nav aid, 2 nav aid rule, correct? Okay. Just want to make sure. Thank you, guys. All right. So that way, this really is more of a review and just an example and another opportunity to reinforce maybe something that you guys have already learned. Okay. So please ask questions, because we're going to go over an example for the 1 nav aid rule application and another one for the 2 nav aid rule application after our break. So let's go ahead. I'll put 15 minutes up on the clock, and we'll see you guys here in 15 minutes. All right, everybody. Welcome back. Let's continue our review and explanation of the 1 nav aid, 2 nav aid rule. So again, remember that the, let me first make sure everybody's back. Sorry, that's a longer break. Okay, yeah, again, if you're already back, go ahead and lower those hands. So yeah, just as a reminder, please know that there are standard alternate minimums, and those standard alternate minimums are determined based on the approach type that you're using to determine your alternate minimums. So if you're dealing with if you select, say you're looking at an ILS approach, that's a precision approach, your standard alternate minimums with that type of approach would be 602, a 600-foot ceiling and a 2 statute mile visibility. Well, the airlines will get authorization from the FAA to put in their op spec C55, which allows them to have lower than standard takeoff minimums. So now they can use the 1 nav aid, 2 nav aid rule to get even lower alternate minimums. And so just kind of keep that in mind. Again, that's an op spec C55. And within that op spec, it tells you exactly what you need to do when using the 1 nav aid rule and 2 nav aid rule. This is where for the 1 nav aid rule, and we'll give examples for each, but it says for airports with at least one operational navigational facility providing a straight-in non-precision approach procedure or a Cat 1 precision, basically what it's saying is, hey, go select any approach out there for that airport, make sure that it's authorized at the bottom of your -9, your 10-9 chart. And if it's authorized, then all you need to do is you have to add 400 feet and 1 statute mile to whatever your ceiling and visibility is, and that will determine what your alternate minimums are for the 1 nav aid rule. And then for the 2 nav aid rule down here, it says that you need at least 2 operational navigational facilities or approaches that provide a straight-in approach to different and suitable runways. And again, we're going to go into that, but if you have that, then you have to add 200 feet to the higher of the 2 decision heights and a half statute mile to the higher of the 2 minimum visibilities. So we're going to go into this. So again, for this first example, using the 1 nav aid rule, you go and you say, okay, I'm going to use, let's start here for the 1 nav aid rule. Let's say we go and select Sacramento, California, SMF, as our alternate airport. Well, we selected our alternate airport. We decided to use this ILS or localizer to 3-4 left. The very first thing we need to do is go and verify on the 10-9 chart that this specific approach is authorized for us to determine our alternate minimums. So we'll go to the 10-9 chart, and I'm looking through here, looking for the ILS to runway 3-4 left, and I find it. And the first thing I need to do is make sure that it doesn't say NA. If it says NA here, not authorized, then I need to go and select a different approach. Now, the ILS to runway 3-4 left is authorized, but it has this little stipulation here. It says that it's authorized to use to determine your alternate minimums only when the local weather is available. So there are times where the local weather at the airport, in this case Sacramento, may be it's inoperative. And you'll see a NOTAM for that saying that the local weather is not available. Well, if that's the case, then you know that you can't use this ILS to runway 34 left to determine your alternate minimums. But in our example here, we come here, we want to use the 1 nav-8 rule. I see my ILS that I've selected. It looks good. It's not NA, doesn't say not authorized, and this stipulation here doesn't apply to me today. So what are the next steps? Well, I'm using the 1 nav-8 rule, so I go back to the approach, and I know that with the 1 nav-8 rule, all I have to do is select an approach, make sure that it's authorized, and then I simply add 400 feet to the decision height, and I add 1 statute mile to the visibility. And in this case, if the ILS is working and I have nothing NOTAMed out, all my approach lighting system looks good, then I know that these are my minimums I have to work with, 201. So I have to add 400 to this 200, which gives me 600. And then I have to add 1 statute mile to this 1 mile visibility to give me 2. So my alternate minimums using Sacramento as my alternate and me deciding to use the 1 nav-8 rule, my alternate weather minimums for Sacramento are 602. That means when I go and look at my TAF at the ETA to my alternate, I need to make sure that I have at least a 600-foot ceiling and a 2 mile visibility for my weather, that or greater. Okay, it has to be at or above these values to be a legal alternate. Okay, that's using the 1 nav-8 rule. And I will tell you as a dispatcher, I use the 1 nav-8 rule probably 95 to 99% of the time. Okay, because it's easy. Select an alternate airport, go grab one of the ILS approaches because they obviously have the lowest minimums, right? And as long as it's authorized here, I'm just going to add 401 to it, and that will give me my alternate minimums. Very easy to do. Okay, the 1 nav-8 rule. Okay, what questions do you guys have for me with regards to the 1 nav-8 rule? Adding 401 to the minimums found on the approach plate. Muhammad, or is that from maybe still not back? Or Siwar? All right, I'm going to lower your guys' hands. Is there anybody that has a question regarding the 1 nav-8 rule before we move on to the 2 nav-8 rule? Okay. If you have a question in a second about the 1 nav-8 rule, we can always go back. So let's look at the 2 nav-8 rule. Remember, the 2 nav-8 rule, per the op spec, tells me that I have to add 200 feet to the higher of the 2 approaches and a half statute mile to the higher of the 2 visibility minimums from those 2 approaches that I select. Okay, so the 2 nav-8 rule is again going to require me to look at 2 different instrument approach plates. I'm just going to read this straight off of the op spec really quick, and then I'm going to advance the slide and kind of break down exactly what they mean by all of this. It says that in order to use the 2 nav-8 rule, the 2 nav-8 rule is going to be for airports with at least 2 operational navigational facilities, VORs, localizers, okay? Each providing a straight-in approach procedure to different suitable runways. Let's use this slide here to kind of break down what they mean by all of that. Okay. In the beginning, for that 2 navigate rule, it says that you need 2 different operational navigational facilities. When we look at an approach plate in the very top left-hand corner, it tells us what navigate is being used to provide the final approach course to the runway. It can either be a localizer or like a VOR. Okay. You need to make sure that the 2 approaches that you select, the navigate that is providing the final approach course guidance must be different. And they have to be in working order. They can't have a NOTAM out there saying that the ILGA localizer is out of service. If it did, if there's a NOTAM out there saying that that localizer, this specific one, is out of service, you can't use that approach because there's no guidance to that runway. Okay, but you need 2 different operational navigational facilities, and you can have one localizer, you could have another one VOR. It doesn't matter. They just can't be the same navigate. Now, in this case, they're the same navigate type, right? They're a localizer, but they have different identifiers, ILGA and IVNY. They're 2 different navigates. They're both localizers, but they're 2 physical components. And we're going to do all this in a second. I'm going to show you how this all falls into place. And it also said that you have to have 2 different approaches to 2 different runways. Well, when we say 2 different runways, we don't necessarily mean that you need 2 different pieces of pavement necessarily. Runway 10 and runway 28 are on the same piece of pavement, but they're coming from 2 different ends, so they're considered 2 different runways. Okay. And then you also have to check NOTAMs. So you have to make sure that the NOTAMs look good, that you're not picking an approach that is NOTAMed out of service or to a runway that is closed during the estimated time of arrival. And you also have to check the winds. You have to make sure that the winds are appropriate for the approaches that you selected. So if it's really, really gusty out there, see like this, out to the south, I may want to pick a runway that's not going to create a big tailwind on the aircraft, because the aircraft and the pilots like to land into the wind. So if you see gusty winds, okay, or just high sustained winds, you might want to pick a runway that's going to make sense at that time. So let's piece all this together so you guys get an idea of how to use the 2 navigate rule. So again, we're in a situation where our destination requires an alternate airport, and we've gone ahead and we've selected Sacramento as our alternate airport. And I've gone ahead and just quickly randomly selected these 2 approaches here, the ILS to 16 left and the ILS or localizer to 16 right. Now, in this scenario, these are 2 very separate runways, right? They're parallel runways with each other. It could have been the reciprocal runway if winds were good enough, right? I could have picked, what, 16 left and 34 right, which would be the same piece of pavement. And sometimes that can be done as long as the winds work. So I've selected these 2. And I know that I can use them because the identifiers, the localizers, are different. ISMF and IMDK. They're 2 different navigats to 2 different but suitable runways. Now, what else do I need to do to verify that both of these approaches are authorized for me to use to determine my alternate minimums with what we've talked about. What else needs to be looked at? Lakeisha.
The 10.9A to make sure that it's in use or it's authorized.
Perfect. So the 10.9, I'm looking here, the for filing as an alternate. I do not care about any of these numbers down here. I just want to go find my two approaches and make sure that I don't see the letters NA, not authorized. And in this case, look at this. I found my two approaches, 1/6 right, 1/6 left. They're authorized to be used and there's no other stipulations attached to them. So I go back and I'm looking at the winds, and let's just say that we're coming in here at the 0 Zulu. Okay, winds 170 at 7. Landing to the south, right, 1/6 left. That's going to be no problem. That's great. So that works with the winds as well. I've checked my 10.9 chart. Now I have to do all the math for it, right? I'm using two approaches that are authorized and they meet all the other requirements. Over here for runway 16 left, my landing minimums are 200.5. See that? 200.5 for that one. My landing minimums for this one are also 200.5. If I zoom in for the ILS, 200, and it says 3/8. Whenever you see 3/8 on an approach plate, just round it up to a half statute mile. So I'm dealing with two approaches here that have the exact same landing minimums. Using the 2 navigate rule, can somebody walk me through the steps of determining now what my landing minimums would be? My alternate weather minimums for Sacramento using the 2 navigate rule. Anybody want to kind of walk us through that? And if you know partial steps, that's fine, but wanted to open it up to you guys. So somebody tell me this. What numbers need to be added to our minimums for the 2 navigate rule? Do you guys remember that part?
201.
Almost. 200's correct. Caitlin.
200 feet and a half statute mile.
Okay, and it's 200 feet to the higher of the 2, okay, decision heights, and then a half statute mile has to get added to the higher of the 2 visibilities. Well, in this case, both approaches have the same exact minimums, so this is easy, right? What's 200 plus 200? I get 400. And then a half added to a half is 1. So my alternate minimums using the 2 navigate rule is 401. Meaning, again, my ETA to my alternate, I have to look at the TAF, the forecast, and see at my ETA to my alternate, do I at least have a 400-foot ceiling and a 1 statute mile visibility? That or greater. And if I do, then I can list that as an alternate on my flight plan. Okay. If this minimum over here was 201, let's say it had a higher visibility. Okay, and this one remained at 200.5. Then what we would do using the 2 navigate rule is we would say, okay, I'm using the 2 navigate rule. I need to add 200 to the higher of these 2 decision heights, which would be 400. And then remember, in our example here, this one's going to be 1 statute mile, and this one will remain at a half. So now I have to add a half statute mile to the higher of the 2 visibilities. Well, that would be this one over here, the 1 statute mile, and I add a half to it, it would be 1.5. So then in that scenario, I would have 400, 1.5 as my alternate minimums. Okay, in the 2 navigate rule, you're adding 200 to the higher of the 2 decision heights and a half statute mile to the higher of the 2 visibilities. Okay, any questions with the 1 navigate and 2 navigate rule now? Does it help seeing this again with different examples, or do we need to revisit some of this other, or go back to one of these scenarios? Okay. All right. Perfect. Well, yeah, nobody has questions. Want to make sure I didn't step on anybody. Okay. All right. Well, let's take a minute and look at our basic dispatching steps now. So let me switch screens. Oh, I don't think I have it open yet. I thought I did. Oh, there it is. Okay, can you guys see the basic dispatching steps, or do I need to reach? Oh, it looks like you can. Okay, good. Awesome. All right, now this is a handout that I will give out to you, and I believe there's a more formal version with more detailed information in your kind of like a binder and a booklet that you're going to get during your in-person. But this again is just to help you right now in your infancy, right? In your week 5, try to make sense of everything that we're throwing at you. How are you going to use the material that we've given to you up to this point? And I hope this kind of provides you with that mental image, kind of a different perspective on what dispatch is all about. Okay, so again, this is not a formal list. This is a very watered down version to, again, just help you see things from a different perspective. Okay, so when you're dispatching, if you guys can memorize these basic steps, it's going to be a lot easier for you guys to do your job when you're sitting in the seat for the very first time trying to dispatch. Okay, when you're dispatching, you're going to be given a city pair, right? You're going to be told that you're dispatching a flight from point A to point B. Well, you're going to need to determine a route for that point A to point B. Once you figure out your route, you're going to determine an ETA, an estimated time of arrival to your destination. Once you know what your ETA is, you have to ask yourself, am I legal to go? And when you're looking at this question and trying to answer it, am I legal to go? You're looking at visibility only. Okay, so you know what your ETA is. You know your destination. You know what your landing minimums are because you've looked at the instrument approach plate, an ILS approach preferably, right, at the airport, and you've determined that your minimum visibility that you've determined is a half statute mile. Okay, well, you're going to go look at that TAF at your ETA, and in order to ask yourself if you're legal to go, do you at least have that visibility minimum at the time of your arrival? So if you get in at 21 Zulu, do you have at least a half statute mile visibility? Okay. Yes or no? If the answer is no, then you've got to delay the flight and there's no reason to continue on with these other steps. But if your answer is yes, I am legal to go, you have to ask yourself another question, number 4. Okay, I'm legal to go, but do I need an alternate now? And when you ask yourself, do I need an alternate? you have to use what we call the 1, 2, 3 rule at your destination and looking at the TAF, the forecast. The 1, 2, 3 rule, as you already know, is looking at 1 hour before to 1 hour after your ETA to see if you have any weather below a 2,000 foot ceiling and or a 3 statute mile visibility. Okay, we call that the ETA window. So if my ETA is 21 Zulu, I have to look at everything from 20 Zulu all the way to 22 Zulu in my forecast. Do I have anything below a 2,000 foot ceiling and or 3 statute mile visibility? If I do, then I need to continue on to step number 5, which is selecting an alternate airport. Okay. If not, then no alternate is required and you can continue on with the other dispatch steps. But if you do require an alternate, then you have to do what we just did together. You have to first select an alternate airport. Okay. Then number 6, you have to determine then what the alternate weather minimums are going to be. How do you determine your alternate weather minimums? You have to use the 1 navade or 2 navade rule. 1 navade, you just select any approach, make sure it's authorized, add 401 to whatever those visibility, whatever the minimums are for that approach. There's your alternate weather minimums, okay? That's my go-to one. That's so easy. If weather's really bad, even at the alternate airport, and you need every inch that you can get, then you use the 2 navade rule, and you have to go and select 2 approaches, providing an approach, straight-in approach to 2 separate but suitable runways, using separate navades that work with the winds, right? Make sure they're authorized. And this is where you add 200 feet to the higher of the 2 decision heights and a half statute mile to the higher of the 2 visibilities. And then obviously with all of this, you would have to check NOTAMs, right? Make sure everything is in working order. Once you determine what your alternate weather minimums are, you have to determine what your ETA is to that selected alternate to confirm whether or not you meet alternate weather minimums, because you just determined that in number 6. You determined that your alternate weather minimums are, say, 401. At my ETA, at my alternate, do I at least have a 400 foot ceiling and a 1 statute mile visibility? Okay, that's what you're looking at your alternate. And then number 9, you're always, if you have an alternate listed, you want to make sure that that alternate airport remains at or above your alternate weather minimums that you calculated for the entire flight. Okay, unless your pilot says, hey, I can't get into my destination, I'm going to my alternate, then as they're flying to the alternate airport, if it drops below that alternate weather minimum that you determined, that's fine. At that point, they're just going to look at the approach plate and go based off of the minimums there. Okay. But these are the basic dispatch steps. Determine a route. What's your ETA? Am I legal to go? Do I need an alternate? If you do, select an airport. Determine your alternate weather minimums. What's your ETA to your alternate now? Make sure you have the alternate weather minimums at your alternate airport for that ETA, and then just make sure that that airport that you've selected as an alternate is at or above alternate weather minimums. That's a FAR to make sure that you always have a legal alternate. Okay. Does this little outline help you guys? Brian, it looks like you have a question. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. I was going to ask on number 9,
Yes.
where he says that they always must be at or above the alternate. Are you referring to for the, always during, as far as the forecast, or if like you're in, let's say they're in the air and they're in the middle of the flight and the forecast at your alternate has changed? Does that mean mid-flight you'd want to go ahead and look at maybe altering your flight or your dispatch to find a new alternate?
Within the fuel capabilities of the aircraft at that time.
Okay.
Yep. And you would communicate with the pilot and go, hey, Sacramento just went below your alternate minimums. Your new alternate airport is XYZ. I've calculated your new fuel burn to that airport. It's this amount. Do you concur? Are you guys okay with that? And they'll do calculations on their end to go, yeah, I see that. That works. Let's go ahead and change our alternate to whatever you've determined.
Okay. Okay. Cool.
But it has to remain legal for the entirety of the flight, even if they're in air.
Okay.
That is your responsibility to let them know. And the way you set up your desk in the airlines, you'll get notifications like, hey, Sacramento went below this threshold. And you're like, oh, I use that as an alternate.
Yeah.
I better change that. So there are different tools to help you ensure that you're notified of when certain airports that you're using go below a certain threshold.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions with regarding to these basic dispatch steps? Again, the sooner you can start thinking this way and dreaming these steps in your head, I know it sounds weird, but I need a route. What's my ETA? Am I legal to go? Do I need an alternate? This is going to be much easier for you, a much easier process for you to learn. Trevor.
Is the alternate ETA based on just flying to the destination and then flying directly to their alternate, or is it factoring in like shooting an approach also, or how's that work?
No, it's just a direct, and that number, that value, or that ETA is calculated for you in the airlines. It'll spit it out. It'll just tell you, and it is just a direct line to that location. Yep. But you have to account for it, right? It's, if it's another 15, 20 minutes, then you need to add that on to the ETA to your destination so that you can determine, okay, this is roughly what my ETA would be to my alternate. That way you can look at the correct portion of your TAF to determine whether or not you have the ceiling and visibility. That's important, right? For your alternate weather minimums, at the ETA to your alternate, you have to confirm you have both ceiling and visibility. When you're asking yourself, am I legal to go? You care only about visibility to your destination. Visibility only for am I legal to go? Is everybody clear on that? That gets a lot of people. Legal to go, visibility only. For alternate weather minimum determination in the TAF, you need to look at both ceiling and visibility. Very, very key. And I get a lot of people sometimes here that at this stage, that's not clear until right now. So I just want to make sure you guys are good. Okay. All right. Okay, I will give you guys this little handout. Again, not formal, but I think it helps get you thinking in the right direction. You will definitely build on this basic dispatch steps as you progress on through this class. And obviously, as you're sitting in a desk in the chair at an airline. But this is what helped me out to have success starting out. I needed a way to process the steps of dispatching. Because at first it was just like, hey, welcome to the airlines dispatch. And you're like, wait a second. Give me something to work with. What? Help me start with step one. So I've kind of just kept this as I've progressed, and I like to share it with my class and once we get to this point in week 5. So hopefully it helps you guys out. All right, with that, let's switch back over now to our PowerPoint. Peter, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't realize we had questions.
No, it's all right. No, just going back to the legal to go, I think, I had kind of shanked a couple of those based on that. So I just want to confirm for the exercises,
Mhm.
I guess, as well as real life, you're just legal to go. You're only looking at this. Does the visibility meet the minimums? If it does, then it's a thumbs up. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes. So let's say your destination is Oakland, California, and you pull up the approach plate for your destination and you select an ILS and it says that it's 200.5, which you would normally expect. You just need to go to the path for Oakland. You know your ETA is 21 Zulu. Do you at least have a half statute mile or better in that tap at your ETA? If yes, then you're legal to go. Yep.
Okay. Understood. Thanks.
You're welcome. Yeah, visibility only for legal to go. Brian.
Yeah, and this seems obvious, but I better ask anyway.
Yeah.
Legal to go, it doesn't mean legal to land, right? So once you're in the air, you're counting on that visibility or that ceiling to be within your minimums when it comes time to land, correct?
Well, the pilots only need to really start an approach. You need the visibility to be at or above what the plate says. So
Right.
that's yeah.
Okay. So let's
yeah.
say in that example, it was the visibility in the tap was 100 and ceiling was 100, visibility was a half. So you're legal to go. You get up in the air.
Oh, but
and
don't combine ceiling with visibility with legal to go.
No. Right.
Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, I think I stated it wrong. So your half mile, is good. So you take off and you're coming in on final approach at your destination, but your ceiling is still at 100 feet.
That's okay.
So you can even if your minimum for your ceiling is 200, if the ceiling is currently 100, you can land.
Correct.
You can shoot the approach.
Yep, you can shoot the approach. You may not be able to see the runway, but you can shoot the approach legally.
And you can shoot the approach, but if you couldn't see the runway at minimums, then you do a missed approach and go to your alternate.
Yep, they would fly down to that decision altitude and go, oh, I didn't see the runway. The ceiling's too low. They would have to go miss.
I'm glad I asked. So,
Yep.
I mean, if
what's
it
the
was
point?
terrible
What's the
there, pilot would probably en route if the weather either got worse or wasn't getting any better. They would probably say, hey, just make the alternate my destination.
Yep.
Quicker to flight or whatever. Or as they approach the airfield, if it looks like it's 0-0, they're not going to go land there. They're going to go to their alternate.
Yeah.
So it depends. It really depends if it's super marginal and it's like right at minimum for the ceilings, they'll shoot the approach and see if they can break out. If not, they'll just say, you know what, we're just going to go to the alternate.
So just keep in mind that for everybody, it's easy to do this, and that's why we always emphasize it here in week 5. Legal to go. I need to look at my landing minimums at my destination, determine what my minimums are, visibility, right? Most likely, if you have an ILS, it's going to be a half statute mile visibility. Just go make sure at your ETA and your TAF that you have at or above that visibility minima. If it's a half statute mile or better, send it. You're good. You're legal to go. Okay, you're legal to go. And then right after you ask yourself, am I legal to go? You ask, do I need an alternate? That's when you look at the ETA window now at your destination, the 1 hour before all the way to 1 hour after. And within that period, that window, do I have anything below a 2,000 foot ceiling and a 3 statute mile visibility? If anything and or is below those thresholds, you need to add an alternate. And keep in mind that all of this is for the planning phase, right? there's a planning phase of your job, and there's also the after planning phase. And you're going to handle things differently in those two different situations. So we're talking about planning phase. We're planning the flight. I'm legal to go, and either I need an alternate or I don't. And if I do need an alternate, you select an alternate airport. You go and calculate what the alternate weather minimums are. And then you have to verify that those alternate minimums are met in the forecast, in the TAF, at the ETA to your alternate. So
then is the only point of having ceiling minimums is to be used to see if you need to get an alternate?
Correct. And
Okay, so
and when you're calculating your alternate minimums, yes.
okay, but when it comes to actually landing, it doesn't mean anything. It's only visibility.
Only visibility.
Dude, man, I'm so glad to know that.
Yep.
Going the whole time. Not really. I thought it was just you can get in the air and then you hope your ceiling is better by the time you reach.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, it's
Thanks.
just visibility. Yep.
I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Good questions though. Really, really, really good questions. I love it. So, okay. Anybody else with a question? So again, you guys can go back and review that sheet later on with, by yourself, but hopefully again, that provides you with a better understanding of the thought process that you need to begin developing now so that you have better success when you're sitting in that dispatch seat. You can look at the screen a little differently. You know how to execute. You know where you're going, right? Sometimes we see dispatchers that are like, I don't know what the end goal is. What am I supposed to do? And it's like, these are the steps that you need to be going on in your head so that you can then take the appropriate steps to complete the steps that need to be taken to successfully dispatch a flight. Okay. All right. So let's spend the last, hour or so talking about airspace and air traffic control. Let me start out this section by just telling you that there is a lot of information that I've actually gone ahead and taken out of these slides that they've created because it's very pilot focused and it becomes overwhelming, especially for individuals who are just starting out in aviation. So I will do my very best to provide you guys with as much detailed information as I can, but hopefully in a way that is easily understood. Okay, and most importantly, pertinent to a dispatcher. So we'll start that off and we'll start talking about airspace. Airspace is going to be divided up into either controlled or uncontrolled airspace. And within the United States and within our national airspace system, we have provided different airspace classifications, A through E, and then an uncontrolled, no ATC services airspace, the uncontrolled, which is referred to as Class G or Class Golf airspace. So A through E is controlled airspace, and Class G is considered uncontrolled. There's no ATC services, nor are there any ATC requirements that they require to fly in that airspace. Over here on the right-hand side, this is a very popular depiction used and issued by the FAA to show somebody the different classifications of airspace. Again, we're not going to go into all the specifics today, but let's just kind of point out some of the obvious ones. And the first one I want to point out is our Class Alpha. Class A airspace is the airspace that your aircraft that you're going to be dispatching will most likely be flying in for the large duration of their flight. Class A is from 18,000 feet up to flight level 600, okay, 60,000 feet. And you're not going to be tested on this, just FYI, okay? This is just helping you gain an understanding of the airspace out there. So this is not a testing subject. I'll let you know again when we start getting into things that you really should know. But in order to fly in this red zone, this class alpha, at these altitudes, you need to be on an IFR flight plan. And under Part 121 dispatching, all flights will be conducted under instrument flight rules. And they then have the ability to fly, assuming the aircraft performance, right? They'll be able to fly within Class A airspace. Class Bravo airspace, you can think of this as the busy airspace. Okay, Class A is thought of as like the altitude, right? It's very high. Class B is for busy. That's how I like to think of it. This is your LaGuardias, your Chicagos, DFW, Salt Lake City, JFK, LaGuardia, right? These big airports that have a lot of air traffic going into and out of these airports. And as you can see, this airspace resembles an upside down wedding cake. And the reason for this is because it's taking aircraft from far out and it's funneling it all the way down to the airport environment. Same thing for this Class Charlie. We think of this as congested. This is for those not so big, but also not so small airports like Oklahoma City, right? People like to fly over my state. That's okay. Sometimes my feelings are hurt, but right, it's not as busy. So it's a congested airport. We have traffic, but it's definitely nothing like Los Angeles. But it also resembles a smaller upside down wedding cake, bringing an aircraft from out into the airport. This is all controlled, and they can dictate who's flying in here, and ATC has the ability to separate aircraft the way they want. Class Delta is for like your smaller airports that have a lot of business jet traffic. They are towered. They do have a tower. This is where you begin, if you were talking about airspace from the ground up, this is where you would begin having dialogue with air traffic control. And then you have Class E. This is like, think of everywhere. Class E touches every single airspace out there. Excuse me. And then Class Golf is your uncontrolled airspace. And Class Golf begins at different altitudes. Again, don't worry about this, you guys, as a dispatcher. But I would like you guys to kind of step away, right, and look at this image and go, wow, every inch of airspace out there has been given a classification either as controlled airspace, A, B, C, D, and E, but there's also a classification for uncontrolled airspace, which is Golf, G. It is uncontrolled. Okay. I mean, luckily for us as dispatchers, we don't really need to know this. We know that all of our flights operate under an instrument flight rule. We issue a flight plan to air traffic control, and they take care of the rest for us. But do know that there's airspace classification out there for every inch of the NAS. And within the airspace, there are speed limits that pilots have to abide by. And it's all dependent on whether or not you are above or below 10,000 feet. So if the aircraft is above 10,000 feet, there's actually no speed restriction up to Mach 1. So above 10,000 feet, go for it. You can go as fast as you want as long as you do not exceed Mach 1. Below 10,000 feet, you are restricted to no higher than 250 knots indicated. Okay, 250 knots below 10,000 feet. And then as you're flying inside of the controlled airspace, Charlie and Delta, within, what is it, about 4 nautical miles? Yeah, 4 nautical miles from the airport, it gets reduced to 200 knots as you get lower and closer to the airport. So again, below 10,000 feet, 250 knots, unless you're within 4 nautical miles of the airport, and under 2,500 feet, it reduces again to 200 knots. Nothing that you need to know as a dispatcher, just information that we're trying to spit out. And then for your busy airports, Class B, under 10,000 feet, you can go all the way up to 250 knots. They don't care, as long as you're in Class Bravo airspace. However, aircraft that are flying underneath Class Bravo, they need to maintain 200 knots. And this is to help make sure that they don't, cut through the Class Bravo, and they're a little easier to manage, and make sure that they're staying where they need to stay, which is outside of Class Bravo airspace if they're not a part of that. Okay, so again, just know that, hey, it's kind of cool to know that there are speed restrictions, and it's all dependent on whether you're above the 10,000 feet or below it. Okay. Yeah, and you'll see speed restrictions on instrument approach plates, SIDS and stars, and they are adhering to the 10,000 foot mark. Okay. All right. Any questions with airspace or maximum airspeeds within these different areas? Okay. Well, in addition to the different airspace classifications that we talked about, A through E and then G, the uncontrolled, there are other airspaces out there that you need to become familiar with over time. We're not going to go into a lot of these in great detail, but some of the most common are the MOAs, or MOA, Military Operations Area. Okay. We also have different prohibited areas and restricted areas. These military operation areas may have military activity that's taking place that could be harmful to non-participating aircraft. Same thing with this alert area over Vance Air Force Base here in Oklahoma. They do a lot of Air Force pilot training, and they're just marking out this area where they have a lot of high training traffic that could potentially be harmful to a non-participating aircraft. Okay, so this is marking these out, and these are seen on the sectional charts for pilots that are flying under VFR. So nothing, again, that you need to be aware of immediately, but these different types of airspace do exist, and they are charted out there for the public to know where they're located. Now, this one is an interesting one, especially because of what happened today. If any of you guys were watching the news or have heard, but there was a airspace restriction over the El Paso airport today in Texas. And specifically, it was a TFR, a temporary flight restriction that limited, well, actually, it eliminated the possibility for anybody to traverse that area from the ground all the way up to 18,000 feet. Okay. Apparently there was some drone activity happening, right? That's what it sounds like, from possibly drug cartels. And yeah, they were trying to handle that situation. So they actually shut down and prohibited anybody from going in there. And they used a TFR to communicate that to the flying public. So these TFRs are used to help protect people and property that are on the ground. And they're typically used and often used for protection for the president or the vice president as they're traveling into and out of an airport. So you'll see them a lot during the time of elections, right? Where they're traveling from different city to cities and speaking at different events. You'll see these different presidential or VIP temporary flight restrictions listed. And we already talked about all this, but that was a very interesting thing to see today. It happened very abruptly, and all it said it was for security reasons. As you can see here, that's why they issued it over El Paso. But it did. It said, hey, there will be nobody admitted into this area from the ground up to 17,999 feet. Don't come in here. So, but that is a TFR. There was also one over the stadium in San Francisco for the Super Bowl this last weekend. Okay. So again, sporting events will often drive the issuance of a TFR. All right. Now we're kind of back into an area, you guys, that I do need you to focus on because there could be some potential testing questions in the near future. Okay. We're going to start talking about RVSM airspace. This is reduced vertical separation minimum airspace. And as you can see here, this RVSM airspace occurs anywhere from flight level 290 up to flight level 410. So between 29,000 feet and 41,000 feet, all aircraft are going to be separated by 1,000 feet as they travel in opposite directions. So for example, my aircraft here traveling at an altitude of 35,000 feet is separated by 1,000 feet from the aircraft that is traveling at an altitude in the opposite direction of 34,000 feet. And also take note that my east traveling aircraft are all at odd altitudes, and my aircraft flying to the west are all at even flight levels. Okay, but again, reduced vertical separation minimums are used within this block, this altitude of 29,000 feet to 41,000 feet, with the goal of being able to fit more aircraft into the NAS, into the airspace, and still ensure that they are separated by 1,000 feet, which I know is not a lot, right? When you're thinking about how fast these things are going, 1,000 feet, you're like, please give me more space. So, and as you're during your dispatch familiarization flights, your jump seating, you're going to have many opportunities during cruise to look up and see different aircraft traveling above you and below you. And it's actually a really neat experience. So something to look forward to. All right. Let me skip this. Now, because we are trying to fit a lot of aircraft into this big chunk of airspace here and separate them within 1,000 feet of each other, you are going to have to receive approval from the FAA in order to fly and to be authorized to fly inside RVSM airspace. Your aircraft will also need to be certified as an aircraft authorized to fly in this airspace. And it's normally placarded somewhere in the cockpit that says RVSM certified or qualified. You'll see it in there somewhere in the aircraft. But look at the difference. Look at what we've achieved over the years as we've implemented this RVSM airspace concept. So here's a scenario where aircraft are separated by 2,000 feet, traveling in opposite directions, versus the scenario where the aircraft are adhering to RVSM airspace requirements. We're now able to fit many more aircraft in the NAS, traveling in opposite directions and still ensuring that they are separated at a safe altitude. And because of this minimal separation, okay, 1,000 feet, we do have to make sure, both dispatchers and pilots, that we don't have any turbulence that is so extreme that it's causing us to be put in a position where we're not able to maintain our altitude. So if our pilots are experiencing turbulence where they're not able to maintain their altitude, they will have to request to leave the RVSM airspace. Same goes for any operational equipment errors. If they have issues with their autopilot, their altimeters, their altitude reporting transponder, or any other altitude alerting system, they will have to request to leave this block of airspace and fly below 29,000 feet. Now, as a dispatcher, what comes to mind, you guys, if you have planned your flight at 36,000 feet, and now your pilot tells you that they're going to have to leave RVSM airspace and fly at, say, 28,000 feet, what would be your biggest concern? Just right off the bat, what do you think?
Gas.
Yeah, fuel, right? We're going to be burning a lot more fuel at a lower altitude than what we were doing at a higher altitude because of the increased air density. Okay, so your aircraft is going to perform differently at that lower altitude. It's going to require you to burn more fuel than it did at 36,000 feet. And that would need to fall on your shoulders as a dispatcher, along with the pilot in command. You would need to use the programs at your company to calculate now a new fuel burn from their current location with the amount of fuel that they have on board at this new altitude that they're going to fly, and determine whether or not they can still land at the airport, at their destination, with enough fuel. Okay, and that'll be between you and the captain to make that determination. There have been times in the past where things like this have happened, and I've had to send my aircraft to my pilot, my crew, to an alternate airport because they just had too much distance to cover at that lower altitude now. So they had to go get more fuel in order to safely reach their destination. And that can happen depending on how long the flight is. Okay. Now, again, with regards to RVSM airspace, you will tell air traffic control that your aircraft is equipped and authorized to fly within this airspace because your air traffic control flight strip, so your flight plan here, will list what aircraft type you're dealing with, and then it will have all of these different codes here, which we don't go into in a dispatch school. You'll learn this at the airlines, what all of these different letters mean. But the one that I'm going to point out to you tonight is the letter W. This letter W is what tells air traffic control that your aircraft can fly between 29,000 feet and 41,000 feet inside that RVSM airspace. It's a W, so think of like air altitude, right? Down, up, down, up. That's how I remember that W is RVSM. Because it's like going down, up, down, up. So, and there's all other different quirky ways of remembering all the others that you'll enjoy coming up with on your own. I'll leave that to you. But you can see here that the N stands for knots. So I'm telling ATC that I have a filed flight plan with an airspeed of 452 knots and the F stands for flight level. And I'm planning my flight at 30,000 feet, which is inside RVSM airspace. But if something were to have broken, or it's inoperative now and it's on the ground, and they tell me, hey, my autopilot is now in op. Well, they can still fly the aircraft, okay, but there's going to be a limitation on that minimum equipment list, the MEL that you guys learned about. Okay, and it's going to tell the dispatcher that if the autopilot is deferred or not working, then you are restricted from allowing this aircraft to fly in RVSM airspace. So we would take that W out because we don't want air traffic control to think that my aircraft can fly in it, because it can't. And then we would give it an appropriate altitude below RVSM airspace. In this case, say 27,000 feet now. Okay, because that's outside of that RVSM airspace. But again, this is just to help you think like a dispatcher, that sometimes you're going to be confronted with an aircraft limitation. And that may require you to change something on the flight plan and ultimately the altitude that you're planning to use. And then on top of that, that will change the amount of fuel that is required at that lower altitude. Okay, so all of these things add up. And as a dispatcher, you're going to take into account NOTAMs and aircraft limitations to ultimately come up with a flight plan that works with that aircraft and with also the training that your pilots have. Sometimes there's limitations with the pilots. They just can't do certain things. So, and that's what the airlines will train you on, but just kind of keep those things in mind. What questions do you guys have for me regarding RVSM airspace, reduced vertical separation minimum airspace? Okay. Let's see here. We came back at 8:45. Let's take a 10-minute break, you guys. I don't want to keep dragging this on too long. Let's make sure you guys get a break, okay? See you in 10. All right, you guys, 30 more minutes and then you're free for the night. Okay. So let's talk about our last subject here, which is air traffic control. Again, a lot of this, you guys, the majority of it is going to be more informational at the moment. It's all really good information to know, especially when we start talking about the topic of ground delay programs, GDPs, and ground stops. Okay, these are one of two ways. There are other methods, but these are the two most common ways that air traffic control will try to manage the traffic in and out of an airport. Okay, it's using these different traffic management initiatives. There's a lot of different techniques that they use in order to manage the demand of traffic. Also, air traffic control is comprised of a number of different types of controllers. As many of you already know, not all air traffic controllers spend their time in the cab or the tower. Okay, that's just one type of controller out there. Now, if this will advance, here we go. So air traffic control, when the pilot is at the gate, they'll talk to, say, a ground controller. Okay, and they'll get instructions on how to taxi out to the runway from this ground controller. Once they get closer to the runway, they'll be told to switch over to tower, and tower will tell them when they are cleared to take the runway and to depart. Once they take off and the wheels are off the ground, tower will tell them to contact departure on a different frequency, and they'll contact departure, and departure will basically just check in with them and make sure that they're flying, the SID, and they've got an idea of where they're going to be going. And then at some point after their departure, they'll be asked to contact center, which is a larger area. And there's currently 21 different centers in the United States, and I'm going to show you a picture of these centers and how they are sectored out over the United States. But yeah, you contact center, and then eventually, once you get closer to your destination, you'll be asked to contact approach, and then approach will have you contact the tower to receive your clearance to land. And once you get back on the ground and you're getting ready to taxi out to the gate, tower will tell them to contact ground control again so that they can get instructions on where to taxi to get back to a gate, an assigned gate. So here are the different centers throughout the United States, including Alaska and Hawaii out there. They have their individual sectors or centers. So you have the Anchorage Center and Honolulu Center. And you can see here for Denver, this area, you have Denver Center, Salt Lake Center. So each of these different areas are separated into the areas that you see here. And so as you're flying, say from Chicago to San Francisco, you're going to cross through and talk to a number of different air traffic control centers along your way. Now, the reason why this is important for you as a dispatcher is, you guys are going to have to see this a number of times in order for it to really stick with you. But there are times where air traffic control notices that something is happening, say, at an airport, and in order for them to manage the demand of traffic at these airports, they have to issue and implement what they call a TMI, which is a traffic management initiative. Again, you're not going to be tested on these items right now. I'll make sure to pinpoint again what items you may be tested on. But this is not one of them. This is important for you to know as a dispatcher, though. You will apply these skills as a dispatcher. Okay, so in this scenario, we see Denver here that's highlighted in green, we're going to assume that Denver is having an issue with snow removal. And they said, you know what? We just cannot take as many people as we normally do because of the situation that we're having with snow. We need to put out a traffic management initiative that limits the number of arrivals for anybody coming from the tier 1 sections. Okay, tier 1, first tier. And what that means, as you can see in yellow, tier 1 is for any center that is touching the center that is being impacted. So in this case, we see Denver Airport. Denver falls within Denver Center, the Air Route Traffic Control Center. And they're saying that they need to issue a traffic management initiative that slows down the number of aircraft coming into Denver from those airports that are within centers that are touching, again, the impacted center. So the impacted center here in this example is green. All of the first tier centers are shown in yellow, and the second tier centers are in blue. So second tier centers are the ones that are touching the first tier center boundary lines. Okay, so here's an example. Again, Denver is saying, hey, I just issued a ground stop, meaning that we don't want any more planes taking off bound for Denver. If your destination is Denver and you are within one of these first tier centers, say that you're in Salt Lake, they're saying you are too close to Denver. You're going to get there really soon, and we just can't handle you right now. We can't take the traffic. There's just too much going on. So they'll issue a ground stop telling you that if your destination is Denver, we need you to remain on the ground. And they'll give you a time of when they're going to possibly remove this ground stop. They'll also tell you the possibility of extension. What's the possibility that this delay is going to go on even longer? And most importantly, for what we're talking about right now, who is impacted by this ground stop? In this case, it's just the first tier airports. So again, Denver is the impacted airport. This is the center impacted in green. So anybody touching this center is considered a first tier center. So any airports in yellow, if their destination is Denver, ATC is saying, we will not release you. You will not be allowed to depart for Denver until this ground stop is removed. Now, anybody else in another center, like tier 2 or farther out, even Atlanta, you're not impacted by this. You can depart for Denver anytime you want, as regularly scheduled, without any impact. Okay, these are just different ways that air traffic control will communicate to the flying public of how they're managing the demand of traffic. And a lot of these impacts that they throw out there are going to have a scope. They're going to either tell you that this ground stop impacts certain tiers, first tier or second tier, or it could impact any airport that is within a certain distance. Sometimes they give a distance here. Okay. And you just have to determine, is my flight impacted by this? And a lot of the technology in the airlines, their software will be able to detect what your destination is and whether or not you fall under these different traffic management initiatives so that you can manage them appropriately. Okay. But your goal as a dispatcher is to take the information that you receive from the FAA, the traffic manager. There's somebody near Washington, D.C., that is monitoring all of the traffic in the national airspace system. And as they begin detecting certain strains, right, and certain stressors for these different airports, they're going to communicate how they're going to handle that demand to the airlines. And the dispatchers are the ones that will communicate that with the pilot. And then obviously the pilot and the controllers will be in touch. And then again, the controllers and the traffic managers are going to be in touch. So we have this cycle, okay, this cycle of communication that's happening to ultimately ensure that the demand of air traffic out there is being handled appropriately. Chris, did you have a question, or is that hand just up from the last break?
I left it up, sorry.
Okay, no, you're good. All right, so again, one of those ways that they handle traffic is through a ground delay program. And this is important for you guys, again, to remember. A ground delay program is different than a ground stop that we talked about. With the ground stop, airports don't even want you to think about leaving. Like, just don't do it. You can't go. You're within this scope. You fall under this area. You can't leave for your destination. We can't take you right now. A ground delay program is going to be a traffic management initiative or procedure that is used to delay your departure and not necessarily eliminate a departure. Okay, so a ground delay program is exactly what it sounds like. It's a program that they are trying to initiate that is going to delay your departure into an airport so that they move you into different slots so that they can manage that demand in a more effective way. Okay? Because sometimes, say at 1800 Zulu, maybe there are just a ton of people going into Los Angeles at that hour, and for whatever reason, they just cannot take that many people. They'll notice using different computer software that the demand of that airport is too high at that hour, and they're going to evenly space out different flights by delaying a flight, and by doing so, they've alleviated and eliminated the points in those times that are going to exceed the capacity at an airport. Okay, and they use what's called a flight schedule monitor, the FAA, and again, they can take all this data and figure out, okay, we're going to have way too many aircraft coming in at this hour. How can we better space out these flights so that we don't exceed the so that the demand does not exceed the capacity at an airport? Okay, and the FAA is deciding all of that and then communicating that to the airlines, to the users. And this is just a graph. And let me kind of zoom in and show you what we're looking at here. Okay. This is a graph for LaGuardia. This white line is showing that LaGuardia can only handle about 38 aircraft an hour. That's their capacity. Okay, it's 38 aircraft an hour. And down here at the bottom, you have different Zulu times, 12, 13, 14, right? And look at what happens at this, what is this, 16 Zulu? We have all of these arrivals exceeding the capacity of that airport. And ATC, they know that they're just not going to be able to handle that many aircraft per hour at this 1600 Zulu time. So what they do is they put out a ground delay program, and they're saying that they're going to start delaying flights so that everything is more evenly spread out And as you can tell, now what they've done, because they've delayed the flights, none of the arrivals are exceeding the capacity at that airport. Okay. So what they've done is they've issued what we call an edict time, an EDCT, or an expect departure clearance time. So instead of me departing for, say, San Francisco at my scheduled 18 Zulu, now I might have to leave at 1920 Zulu. Okay, so they've delayed my flight. And by doing so, that's causing me to arrive into my destination a little bit later, and therefore spacing me out from other aircraft so that they can handle me at my new ETA. So as they do these ground delay programs, this also ensures that there's limited need to hold aircraft in the air. Because it's almost guaranteed that you're going to hold, right? If you arrive at your regular scheduled time, if they didn't do anything at all and you arrived at your regular scheduled time, there's going to be too many aircraft in the air for them to handle, and somebody's going to have to hold. And so in order to eliminate that from needing to happen, all those holds, they say, you know what? Let's just space everybody out at different times so that they arrive at the new assigned time so that we're not overwhelmed at these different hours during the day. But that does require, unfortunately, a delay from the regular scheduled time. Okay, and in order for all of this to work, I'm going to put Seawar's hand down. And in order for all of this to work, our flights have to leave and are expected to depart, meaning wheels off the ground, within plus or minus 5 minutes from the time ATC gives them. So again, if my regular scheduled time was 18 Zulu, and now they're telling me that I can leave at 1920, that means my wheels have to be off the ground within 5 minutes of that new time they've given me. If I'm not off the ground, I have to get a new edict time, which delays your flight even more. So not fun. That is not fun. Now, airlines can change the new departure time depending on how it may impact their schedule. So if you're working for a regional airline, like I did at SkyWest, sometimes United would give our regional flight a longer delay, and they would take our good time and use it on their flight. It's all because they needed to use a better time to benefit their operation. So they can substitute times with other flights within the same airline. Okay. All right. So here is another example of a ground delay program, a GDP. And this is the way that they're issued. This is the older version, which can still be viewed this way. But it says national programs. That's a GDP, a ground delay program. This one is for Phoenix, and it's starting at this Zulu time, 030 to 0459. Okay. And look, the scope is not telling, it's not telling me a scope based on a tier, like an air route traffic control center tier. It's actually based on miles away from that airport. So if my departure airport is within 1,000 miles of Phoenix and Phoenix is my destination, they're telling me that you can still come to the airport because it's a ground delay program, but we need to delay your departure time. What's the reason? Something to do with weather, right? Could be low ceilings. So it reduces their airport arrival rate. Okay. So, and they're telling me that the average delay because of what's happening, is average 62 minutes of a delay. The airport's arrival rate or acceptance rate with this program, that means they can only handle 40 aircraft an hour. Okay. And this program that they've done, it's saying, hey, our acceptance rate is 40 aircraft an hour because of this program that we've put out. This ground delay program is telling me I can handle 40 aircraft an hour. And if you wanted to click on the advisory here, you can click on it and it gives you more information about this ground delay program. Okay. And then DA stands for delay assignment. And this is going to display the different delay minutes for each quarter hour. So it just breaks it down to exactly what the delay is. And a computer system is doing all of this, but you can view it if you wanted to break it down. So, but this is important because the pilot may call and say, hey, I see that there's a ground delay program in Phoenix now, and it looks like we are part of that delay. And you can say, yeah, it looks like there's an average delay now of 62 minutes. And then you can go look somewhere else for your specific flight to see exactly what time the FAA wants you to depart your airport so that you can get to Phoenix at the new expected time. But you can communicate that with your pilot so that they're not boarding the aircraft too early or too late. You guys can come to an agreement on that. Okay, so this is a ground delay program. Now, there are other initiatives, traffic management initiatives that are used to manage traffic in the NAS. And we've talked about a ground delay program, which reduces the amount of traffic going into an airport. Well, there's something very similar, but it's created and implemented so that we can ensure that not a ton of traffic is being sent to one location of the airspace as well. So we have what's called an airspace flow program, or a flow constrained area, telling us that, hey, in this region right here, this black line, we are expecting there to be an excessive amount of aircraft going in this area, flying from west to east, crossing this path. And if your flight is crossing this line, going to the east at this specific time, you are going to receive a new departure time, a new edict time. It works just like a ground delay program, you guys. But instead of now being concerned about traffic at an airport, we're now concerned about this area of the airspace getting too saturated with traffic for aircraft that are flying in a specific direction. So again, you're going to be notified like, oh yeah, my flight does cross this line at this time, and you're going to receive a new expected departure clearance time from the FAA. And all of this is really easy to see when you have the systems assisting you in the airlines. There's all these different warning messages that go off. You'll know, okay, that my aircraft is part of this program, because it knows, the system will know what time you're departing and what direction you're flying. It'll notify you of all of this. So you just have to understand these concepts, that the FAA sends out ground delay programs where they want me to go to the airport, but they're delaying me a little bit to handle the demand of traffic. There's also airspace flow programs that are concerned with the traffic traversing a certain portion of the airspace, so I could receive a delay for that. But there's also ground stops. Okay, ground stops again are another way of managing traffic into an airport. The difference between a ground stop and a ground delay program is that, again, the ground stop is saying, hey, we can't, nor do we want you to come to this airport at all. We don't want you to even attempt to come here. Okay. So the ground stop may be airport specific. And most of the time it is. It's just saying, hey, San Francisco is in a ground stop. There's been an accident, right? And for that reason, we're just saying, no matter where you're coming from, you are in a ground stop. And a ground stop can be used for a number of different reasons. It can be for weather. It can be used to avoid extended periods of holding, different saturation levels of traffic, and if they anticipate that there's some sort of gridlock going into the airport, they can use the ground stop initiative to inform everybody that if you are planning on departing to, say, San Francisco, with what's going on right now, whether it be weather or a catastrophic event, we are putting a ground stop on the airport, meaning you cannot depart for this airport until the ground stop is lifted, until it has been removed. Okay, and you'll be notified of that. Just like the ground delay programs, they could say that Denver is in a ground stop, but that ground stop may only be for those areas that are close by. Remember those areas in yellow? So it could just be for those areas, but everybody else farther out is okay. So it can be tier-based or distance-based as well, just like the ground delay program. Okay, we also have what's called a SWAP, or a severe weather avoidance plan. And basically what this is I'm going to kind of skip this here because we only have 5 minutes, but they have what's called a playbook route. And they're at some of our major airports, they know that weather gets really bad at some of these major airports. And what they've done, like at DFW, we get a lot of thunderstorms in this region of the United States. And so the FAA has decided to create a severe weather avoidance plan and a playbook route that tells people that they can, air traffic control can say, hey, the playbook routes going into DFW are available today. And they'll tell us that we need to file very specific routing into the Dallas airport. I'm just going to kind of go over here. So sometimes it's based on the air route traffic control center that you're coming from. And then it also specifies if you're going into these specific airports. So if I'm coming from the Minneapolis center up here, this region, and I'm going to DFW, and air traffic control is telling me that we have playbooks or predetermined routes going into DFW because of weather, what they're saying is that they want me to depart whatever airport I'm departing from, and they want me to get to this VOR here, OVR. They don't care how I get there. They just want me to get there. Once I get to that point, they want me to follow this specific routing, that jet route, that VOR, that fix, and this arrival into DFW. That's what they want me to file as a dispatcher, and they'll handle the rest with our flight crew. Okay, that's a playbook route, a predetermined route going into an airport because of known severe weather. And they'll tell you, they'll send out initiatives. ATC will tell you playbook routes are active into DFW today. And you'll be able to look, okay, where am I coming from? And this is the routing that will need to be filed. And just like the arrivals, we also have predetermined routes for departure when weather is bad. So if you're leaving an airport and they say air traffic control will tell you again that we want you to file your regular route, but we want you to make sure that your flight crew is equipped, or not equipped, but has sufficient fuel to fly one of these more extravagant, lengthy routes if they end up needing to be rerouted around weather as they're departing an airport. Okay, those are called CDRs, coded departure routes. They're pre-planned or predetermined alternate routes leaving an airport. CDRs. The other one was called a playbook route, predetermined routes going into an airport for bad weather. And again, ATC will communicate this with the company, with the airline, and you'll be notified on your desk that your flight, say from, wherever it may be, whatever the departure is, that, yeah, your flight does have or you have a flight on your desk that has a coded departure route. And you'll be trained at the airlines on how to account for these different longer routes. They'll train you on how to ensure that you plan the regular route, but you're also taking into account the longer route for fuel calculations, and you'll fuel the aircraft accordingly, so that if ATC last minute says, hey, we're changing your route to this longer one, they'll look at their fuel on board and go, yep, we're good to go. We have enough fuel to take that longer alternate route because of weather, instead of having to go back to the gate, taxi of shame, because you didn't have enough fuel on board. Okay. So again, you guys, a lot of that information today is, it's good information to know. It's more informational, this air traffic control and airspace concept. And you're going to learn a lot of this as you continue progressing, especially when you get to the airlines. Okay. A lot of these things will come with time. So with that does take us to the bottom of the hour. Again, I just want to say thank you to you guys. I wish you the best of luck with this course, especially during the in-person, and with you guys applying for jobs. You guys are going to do great. Again, I will add these slides along again with my contact information. If you guys want to reach out, if you have any questions, please make sure that you fill out your week 5 study guide in preparation for your test coming up. Okay. So with that, I'll set you guys free, and I'll be here for any questions that you may have. You guys have a good night.
Thanks, Dylan.
See you
Enjoy
guys.
How you doing?
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
See ya.
Hey, thanks, Don.
You bet. All right. I don't know. Ron, did you have any questions for Brian?
Yeah, go ahead, Eric.
No, go ahead, Brian. It's okay.
Oh, okay. I was just curious, back on the back to earlier this evening, when we were talking about hold on, let me find my note. The ground-based nav aids, what were examples of ground-based nav aids, and the localizer was considered one, but we didn't. But is the glide slope not considered a ground-based nav aid, or is it also?
It's another one. Yep.
Okay, and but as far as the localizer, because I mean, it seems like the localizer has a specific frequency, like a VOR,
Mhm.
but the glide slope doesn't. I'm just trying to get an idea.
No, it's a great question. First, let me go back to my answer when I said yes. The glide slope is a nav aid, but we didn't list it on there because it doesn't provide course guidance.
Okay.
Right? So it was more like what nav aids out there are on the ground that can provide a lateral course to somewhere.
Okay, so it almost sounds like the localizer can kind of act like a more limited version of a VOR. Is that right? I mean, is
You
that
can think of it that way. It's sending just one signal out.
it's not doing the
rather-
whole
Right.
radios? Okay,
Yep.
but
And then
but
to
planes.
answer
Oh, go ahead.
what's that?
I was just gonna say, so but planes can lock into a localizer, not just on their final approach, right? I mean, they can use it almost like if they're headed that way.
They could, but they wouldn't. It's like
Okay.
localizers are only going to be found near a runway,
Right.
and its sole purpose is to guide them to the runway on an instrument approach. That's the only reason why a localizer exists.
Okay.
Unlike a VOR's use can be numerable. I mean, it's used for the freeways in the skies. It can be used for an approach to get to a runway. They can be used to find a random fix in the middle of nowhere of the airspace. A localizer is simply going to be used to just guide them to the runway environment.
Okay.
And again, to answer your question about the glide slope, the localizer has a frequency, and that frequency that the localizer is paired to is also paired and shared with the glide slope. So when they tune into that localizer frequency, if there's a glide slope out there, it's going to be paired to the exact same frequency.
Okay.
And there's a whole, if I have the handout, I'll send it to just you because you asked.
Yeah.
But it goes into how that's all coded. I mean,
Okay.
you probably
Yeah.
already have enough on your mind, but if you really wanted to know, it is paired. There's like certain frequencies that it uses to pair a glide slope and a localizer together. And that's why on an ILS or localizer approach, in the top left-hand corner, there's a frequency for the localizer. That same frequency will be used, right? It's that one frequency they tune into, and they get lateral and vertical guidance as long as the aircraft and the equipment is working like it should.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All right, that makes sense. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you
Man.
bet. You bet.
Cool. Well, yeah, thanks a lot, Dallin. Really appreciate it. Wish we had more nights with you, but it's been a pleasure.
I do too, because as you can tell, there's a lot of information to pass down. And it's just, especially during this, they want me to share this, but man, there's a lot of stuff in here that it is really good to know, but it's not going to make or break your start. So
Right.
trying to balance that out for you guys. But thank you guys for your participation. I really had enjoyed your class.
Yeah, thanks, man. Take
So,
care.
Hey.
Oh,
Well, hey,
sorry.
Ron.
Hi, Dylan. Yeah, I just agree with him. Yeah, we had more classes with you for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I just had one questions about are you still in a recording or?
Yeah, I'm still recording, but I can drop off now.
Okay.
Yeah, 1 second here. If I don't do it, I'll forget. So